Oops. Oh, wow, you can see. So you can hear me. Yes, it looks like you can hear me. Okay. It's a bit difficult because you don't know what everything looks like when you're streaming. So I'm just trying to work things out here. So here we go. This is a podcast on the Vedic the Vedic Astrology and the Numerology of Donald J. Trump. Obviously a very controversial figure. Some people love him, some people hate him. He's a very divisive figure. So in astrology, though, basically the way I see it is that everyone has a unique blueprint. You know, there's potential for good and bad in all people. We have light and shade. And so this is basically looking at someone's birth chart and seeing what potentials there are there for both light and shade. And yeah, it's not saying that anyone is either all good or all bad. There's good and bad in everybody. So this is just sort of looking at the strengths and weaknesses of Donald Trump, a character who is much maligned in the media, and there's certainly a lot of controversy surrounding him and things that he may or may not have done. So, and I'm not going to weigh into those. What I am going to weigh into is his astrology here. So, first of all, I thought I'd start just looking at his numerology. So, Donald Trump was born on the 14th, I think it was. Let's just check their birthday. Donald Trump's birthday, 14th of June, 1946. So in terms of his numerology, he has a life path number. I'm just going to take these off actually because it's echoing in my ear. He has a life path number of, let's see, 10, 20, 26, 31. 31. So he's a 31-4, which means he is a number 4 is sort of quite a kind of earthy type, practical, no nonsense kind of. It's made up of straight lines, so it's a kind of masculine energy, but within that is the 31, which is a catalyst and a leader. So you could say the number 4 also has to do with building and construction and that kind of thing, which he is well known for. Look at Trump Tower, for example. So yeah, it's kind of quite a hard-working, earthy, practical kind of energy to have as your life path number. Now, he also has a thing called a heart's desire number. We all have a heart's desire number, which is to do with your birthday. Now, his heart's desire number is 14, which adds up to 5. 1 plus 4 is 5. So he's born on the 14th of June. So 5 is someone who desires change, someone who desires freedom, someone who desires movement. And yeah, with the 1 and the 4 there again, also, again, he's a leader, kind of for, you could even say the 4 is a bit of, 4 and 1 are quite a sort of fixed, rigid, almost potentially quite a stubborn energy within the 5. But he's, again, it's got that 1 and that 4, meaning a leader in construction or building or hard work. But ultimately he desires change. He desires to be a leader in building change, creating change. So yeah. Now within his name, his full name is Donald John Trump. So he's his name incidentally adds up to 66, and 6 is the number of harmony. And it's a master number being 6 and 6, so he's got 2 6s there. Now that adds up to 12, which adds up to 3. So 3 is a catalyst, so that's his destiny number. He's destined to be a catalyst, or someone who is like a catalyst for change. 3s are often quite a sort of life of the party kind of energy, kind of attention seeking, can sometimes be a little bit spoiled, like almost like a spoiled child. That's just one of their facets. They're also very creative as well, because the 1 is the masculine, the 2 is the feminine, and the 3 is the child. So it's sort of like the creative child in a way. So yeah, the 3 can be sort of quite a creative individual. They can rub people up the wrong way. They can be a bit abrasive, but they are also a catalyst. So that's his destiny number. Now within that, he's also got a soul urge number and a personality number. So like a vase, the shape within the vase is like the vowels in your name, and the structure of the vase, the actual kind of shape that it takes, is your personality. So you can think of the vowels as being the soul essence, and the shape that it takes is the personality. And that's the same in language. It's something that you the vowels carry the emotional content of the words, whereas the consonants sort of carry that, they sort of give it structure. Now his soul urge number is again a 3, so he's again driven to be creative, and also again all those other elements of being the life of the party, the center of attention, the the catalyst, and certainly it's almost a bit like a wild child energy. And then we also have so his personality number is a 9. Now 9 is a very driven number. It's ruled by Mars. They can be quite aggressive, but they can also be loving and friendly. It's a big energy as well. It's a determined energy. 9 is also a very holistic energy, so it's kind of the last of the single digit numbers, and therefore it's kind of a number that brings in and kind of circumnavigates everything, and kind of gathers wisdom through having knowledge about everything or having lots of experience. It's kind of at the end of the path, so it's traversed through all the other numbers to get to the 9. So funnily enough, the 9 is also connected to the Hermit card in tarot, and I was pulling some tarot cards about Donald Trump the other day, and the Hermit card came up. So the 9 is the you'll notice in a way how when he's talking, Donald Trump sort of circumnavigates the whole spectrum of ideas. It's like he covers all aspects of something, which is, some of that 9 energy coming through. So but he's also very determined and aggressive as part of his personality. That's just a very brief look at his numerology, but it makes a lot of sense. And it also, I often find that when you look at the numerology along with the Vedic astrology, it also correlates together. So you can see that he can rub certain people up the wrong way with that 3 energy. You can see some people would describe him as a bit of a narcissist, and that's part of the 3 energy. It doesn't necessarily mean all bad, because that 3 energy is a catalyst for change. It's also a creative energy as well. And then he's got the 5, the 4 energies, and the 1, which is a leader. So there's a few of those. And then the 9, which is kind of the wisdom and holistic dynamic. Now, Donald Trump was born on the 14th of January 1946 in Queens, in New York. So looking at his Vedic birth chart, and remember the Vedic birth charts are quite different from Western astrology. Not always, they're subtly different, should I say. But in Western astrology, for example, Donald Trump would be a Gemini, but in Vedic astrology, Donald Trump is a Taurus. So if you're born towards the end of your sign in Western astrology, your sun sign might be the same, but if you're born somewhere about the middle or early on in your sign, then usually in Vedic astrology it would be the sign before. I tend to go with Vedic astrology because I've looked at my chart through both and the whole chart, and I feel that I resonate a lot more with Vedic astrology. The difference with Vedic astrology is that it changes subtly each year, your sun sign, for example. In Western astrology, the sun sign is fixed. So when there's a leap year, they just put the 29th of February straight into Pisces, whereas the Vedic astrology meters out that leap year because there's 365 and a quarter days in each year, and it changes the signs gradually over time. And actually, NASA did a plotting of the constellations, and they were much more in line with the Vedic constellations than they were with the Western ones. So over time, because the Western astrology is kept fixed, it means that when you're looking up at the sky, the actual constellations are approximately about a month out of kilter. Having said that, this is not a criticism of Western astrology. It's just more that I resonate personally with Vedic astrology. I find that it makes more sense to me. But having said that, Western astrology brings a lot of modern interpretations to the positions of the planets, which can be helpful in interpreting Vedic astrology, because some of the Vedic astrology interpretations can be a bit outdated, talking about natives and goats. Not always. Obviously, there's new people doing Vedic astrology as well. But anyway, here we go. So in Vedic astrology, Donald Trump is a Taurus sun. So that means someone who is quite practical, someone who loves beauty, someone who is also an appreciator of art and beauty. They are also, on the other side of things, quite stubborn. And funnily enough, thinking of Donald Trump, I do see him as a little bit of a bull in a china shop. Like he's quite got a bullish energy, and the Taurus is the bull. So it's no surprise to me that he's a Taurus. So yeah, he's got a Taurus sun, and his sun is in the 10th house, which is the house of sort of acquaintances and friendships, I believe. So let's just have a look at Sun and Taurus and see how much of this resonates with Donald Trump. Typical Sun and Taurus: hard-headed, down-to-earth, tenacious, reliable, loyal, and sensual. So stubborn and sensual, hard-headed, down-to-earth, reliable, loyal. That's the Taurus house. Yeah. So he's but basically all those things that I've said. Taurus personality traits. Look, I like the sign called one called Always Astrology. Always Astrology. Sun in Taurus. Well, I'll just go like this. Sun in Taurus. Always Astrology. There we go. Taurus sun sign personality. Stable and home-loving. Those born with a Taurus side are steady, strong, reliable people who usually exercise self-control. Calm in the middle of a storm. These are the people you want around in a crisis. They can be disciplined and determined. If pushed too far, however, they can be very difficult to calm down. Does that sound like Donald Trump? Yes, a little bit. The Taurus sun sign personality is practical and smart rather than intellectual. Makes sense. They may have a tendency to get stuck in their own opinions or get stuck in a rut that can be difficult for them to see a new point of view. Did we mention they are stubborn? The stubbornness can lead to rigid, ultra-conservative views, although most don't go to extremes. Even so, they can be frustratingly inflexible at times, so Taurus is a fixed sign. It relates quite nicely with the 4 numerology element. They're also very hard workers as well. As friends, Taurus sign is faithful to the end. They are affectionate and choosy about whom they befriend. They are a good choice if you're looking for a friend to enjoy a night on the town with, as they appreciate the finer things in life. Even tempered and modest, I wouldn't describe that. They can also be self-conscious and possessive. They make loving spouses who remain faithful, thoughtful, and kind. While they may not have the most spontaneous personality, they will always make you feel appreciated and loved, as they themselves adore romance. They will sometimes cause a quarrel just for the pleasure of making up. Taurus sun sign likes order, beauty, and luxury. They enjoy the sensual pleasures of life, like eating fine foods, comfortable furniture, the scent of a beautiful rose, beautiful music, and so on. That's, everything about Donald Trump there. They may need to resist the temptation to overindulge, especially with food. Because of this temptation, it is important for Taurus to fixate on luxury, not to fixate on luxuries too much. Well, their health can suffer for it. Taurus enjoys owning nice things. They're quite materialistic, and you can certainly see that with Donald Trump. It adds to their security and love of luxury. Those born with a Taurus sign are industrious and talented workers who aren't afraid to do whatever is necessary. They are methodical and reliable and do best in a job with little need of urgency or risk. They are creative, honest, and can be good at running their own business. That's another thing Trump does. They're not afraid to work hard and usually respected by their co-workers. You may find successful Taurus in industry, farming, medicine, finance, education, and the arts. They can span a wide variety of talents. They are usually careful with money and will gradually accumulate that which they need to maintain a good life. I don't know about careful with money, but he certainly managed his money well enough to be a huge big business mogul. Security is important to them, and comfortable doesn't always mean the same to them as it does to someone else. They do have a talent to separate work from play, though their idea of play is more like relaxing. They enjoy the outdoors and usually have an excellent sense of humor. Taurus signs hate to feel that they are being used or manipulated. They need to know that they are safe and appreciated, or they may develop resentment in some areas of their lives. They may also have a fear of loss or experience varying degrees of paranoia. So, that to me sums up Donald Trump perfectly. That's his sun sign. So the sun sign is his inner personality. As opposed to being a Gemini, which would be someone who is airy, very, that's a bit of a harsh criticism of Geminis, but someone who is, we'll get back to that later, because actually Donald Trump has his Mercury in Gemini, so he does actually have some Gemini traits as well. But certainly he's got his inner personality is a kind of bullish nature. So his sun is also in the 10th house. Now, sun in the 10th house, it says the 10th house affects profession, family life, relationship, and love, and finance and wealth. So sun in the 10th house can make you a highly successful professional. The natives of sun in the 10th house will rise in their profession quite fast. Sun will fill them with a burning desire to be on top. They will work hard to achieve new heights and more likely to be successful in their aims and ambitions. They will always want to achieve a high standard of living for themselves and their family members. At the same time, they will share their successes and experiences with somebody very close to them. They will want a perfect partner, and natives of sun in the 10th house will want their partner to have high goals and vision. They will be full of dynamism and will always want to move higher and higher. Career orientated, but that doesn't mean they'll ignore family life. On the contrary, they'll give a lot of importance to their family members. In fact, they will want to pass on their legacy to their offspring, so they will do a good bonding with their children. They will have leadership and managerial qualities. They can lead their group to success and glory. They are determined and resolute in their purpose and intent. The natives of sun in the 10th house will get ample opportunities of professional growth. Time and circumstances will also decide whether they are capable to capitalize on these projects. They have huge stamina, which helps you in diverse areas of life. They use their high energy levels in constructive and productive pursuits, mostly in furthering their career and professional goals. In fact, they often relinquish pleasures in favor of professional achievements and accomplishments, according to the sun in the 10th house, as career astrology of sun in the 10th house. So we can definitely see a lot of Donald Trump there, even down to relinquishing pleasures in favor of professional accomplishments. He does not drink alcohol or smoke. He thinks that they get in the way of functioning properly, so he's never indulged in those kind of things. All the stuff about high energy, you can see him, and large stamina. Even in his late 70s, he's going around doing these massive long rallies and speaking for hours at them. Constructive and productive pursuits, the buildings and businesses that he's, even the reality TV show, and the desire to kind of reach greater and greater heights and almost build higher and higher and be bigger and bigger. That's everything that Trump is. Negative traits of sun in the 10th house: they have to ensure that their ego does not come in the way of their professional work. It is all the truer when you're dealing with others at the workplace. They may have an opinion, it may be good or even the best, but that does not necessarily mean that their views and opinions of others are wrong. In case their ego gets inflated, it may even become an obstacle on their path to success. Well, yeah, so that says a lot about Trump as well. So sun in the 10th house, and we had his sun sign in Taurus. So that's why I like Vedic astrology, and yeah, I just find that it's pinpoint accurate, a lot of the things that it says. So we've also got, so in terms of his, so we'll go next into his ascendant sign. So his ascendant is in Leo, funnily enough. So the ascendant is the outer face you present to the world, how other people perceive you. And Leo is the lion, of course. So I mean, when you see Trump, do you see a lion kind of energy? Certainly when he had a kind of assassination attempt made on his life, and he got up and sort of does this, there's certainly a courage or a fire that you can see in him, like a wounded lion. And the ascendant, so Leos are of course said to be drama queens, and they're also meant to be big, larger than life characters, with big magnanimous generosity, personalities, big personalities, but also again wanting to be the center of the attention, which is the 3 element that we saw in the numerology. So let's look at the finer details of ascendant in Leo. Yeah. Ascendant in Leo. Here we go. Leo rising always. So Leo rising attracts much attention. They have a personal magnetism that makes them stand out. Whether it is their charisma or their appearance, they never fail to make an impression. Leo ascendant is self-aware and conscious of their effect on others. They are acutely aware of their personal set dressing, that is, who they are seen with, where they are seen, and how they are perceived. They are always on stage, even when they're relaxing at home. Leo rising is known for temper tantrums, jumping to conclusions, and self-indulgences. They also have a lot of ambition, drive, and idealism. They may appear bossy just because they want to be the driving force in their circle. Leo ascendant makes a terrific manager or organizer. Leo rising tends to overestimate themselves a bit. They are naturally enthusiastic and get excited about new projects. They make excellent promoters and spokespersons. You've seen that in The Apprentice, for example. Leo ascendant is very demonstrative, and they like drama and grand gestures. They may get caught up in exaggeration without realizing it, but they will do anything to get admiration. I heard one story about Trump and Dr. Fauci, and Dr. Fauci just come out of a press conference with Donald Trump and contradicted what Trump had said about hydroxychloroquine. And instead of admonishing Dr. Fauci afterwards, when he spoke to him in his office, he talked about how well the ratings of that particular press briefing were. So it was all about, how do I look to everybody, how it comes off. Leo ascendant has a strong constitution. He's certainly a big man. They are very concerned, and the ascendant sign is also to do with your physical appearance as well. You notice he's got the red hair, which is a sign of Leo ascendant. So because the ascendant rules your physical appearance. So the red hair, that's an attribute of Leo, a Leo ascendant, fire sign, fiery red hair. They are very concerned with their appearance and how they behave in public. They like to dress in a youthful manner, and their bearing is strong with a sense of authority. They can pull all this off because they are just big kids at heart. The ascendant is warm and generous and fun to be around. Leo rising is usually of a sunny disposition, although they usually speak their mind. They can be extremely stubborn, and it can be challenging for them to break bad habits or behaviors. So again, we've got elements of Leo is also a fixed sign. So yeah, their innate tenacity is one of their greatest assets, though. He's certainly tenacious, if ever there was someone. Even when everyone else is tired out and ready to give up. Exactly. He's still popping up there. Leo ascendant is still ready to inspire everyone to keep up the good work, even when he just got shot by a bullet. Everyone else has given up. He gets up and sort of says, fight, fight, fight. That's Leo ascendant for you. Leo is rising is full of energy and enthusiasm. Once they're excited about something, they're ready to jump right in. Despite this, they may be inclined to lie back and watch the activity. Some negative aspects to this ascendant may result in a manipulative, power-hungry person whose ego must constantly be massaged. So that's a side of Trump that you do see as well. He doesn't like being crossed. He likes to have, everyone to fawn over him in a way. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have good qualities in that as well. With a slightly different angle, Leo ascendant could be loud and aggressive or overwhelming. That's in their shadow side. They can be self-absorbed to the point that it is difficult for them to take advice from others. They sometimes think asking for advice is a sign of weakness. Leo rising is usually creative and may have talents in art, music, or acting. They are prone to overwork, heart problems, anxiety, and other ailments associated with overdoing everything. They are very competitive. Doesn't matter what the contest may be. Confidence is not a problem with Leo ascendant. They exude it in gallons. Don't embarrass them, especially in public. Their dignity is of utmost importance. That's why he's got such a negative, almost bitter, acerbic kind of notion when it comes to people that have crossed him, the media, and how competitive he is in terms of debates and even thinking that the election was rigged to a degree. Whether it was or not, I'm not going to comment on that. Leo rising is vital, courageous, and full of pride. They can be impulsive, faithful, and take risks others may cringe from. They love nice clothes and a nice environment to call their own. While their anger is quick to rise, they let it go easily once they've had their say. So that's something. They are natural romantics and love to dream. Make America great again. The difference is they may have the drive to make them come true. So there we go. Make America great again is almost a phrase, a catchphrase for the Leo energy, in a sense, full of pride. Yeah. But yes, he has been criticized with sort of things like dictator, which can be a shadow side of the Leo rising. So it's not, you know, it's possible that people see that potential in him. Certainly. So they're not wrong there in some sense. So yeah, there we go. Leo rising. Now the ascendant's always in the first house because that rules the personality, and that's what shapes the rest of the chart. So the next element we're going to look at is his moon sign. So moon in Scorpio, and now moon is to do with the emotions. Scorpio has very deep emotions. They're very driven as well. So his emotions are quite a driving force. And Scorpio can also get into the realm of, resentment and paranoia and those dark shadow emotions. Also building up emotions to the point and then kind of exploding. And so a Scorpio moon is interesting because you can see him even when Biden resigned. Biden was quite nice to him in terms of the phone call after his assassination attempt. You kind of have to be. But even after Biden resigned, you could see Trump launching vitriol at him and bitterness and resentment rather than sort of acknowledging his career. I think it's almost like they've been enemies for a long time. But moon in Scorpio, and the moon is in his 4th house, which would be the house of the home, I believe, home and family. Anyway, we'll have a look more at this. So moon in Scorpio. Moon in Scorpio, always, yeah. Okay, moon in Scorpio. See how much of this resonates. Scorpio moon lives for emotional intensity. They have the ability to see through anyone right to their innermost feelings. This can be disturbing to some people and intriguing for others. They have a need for change and rebirth. That's also in his numerology, the number 5 there, his heart's desire number for change. Their life and rebirth, the catalyst, number 3. there we go again. Their life may be full of drama and upheaval, which they feel is out of their control. So Scorpio is about transformation as well. But if their life begins to feel normal, they are the first one to create some test for someone in their life just to create excitement. Emotional drama fulfills them. So drama, Scorpio moon goes well with the Leo ascendant. Scorpio wants it all. They don't do anything halfway or waste their time with meaningless relationships. They want commitment. They may also expect their partner to give up something for them, though they have a deep fear of betrayal. They may test their partners even if they don't mean to. They come off as being suspicious, although once they have committed themselves to a partner, they're extremely loyal and protective. Scorpio moon has a great presence even when they are shy. They need to spend a lot of time learning to control their emotions. They are very intuitive, but they may be inclined to use it for their own gains. They are passionate and fearless. Those with moon and Scorpio in their charts are excellent astrologers, or they may just have a strong interest in the occult and the unusual. Don't know about that. They make good psychologists because they are good at understanding the intricacies of the mind. Moon sign Scorpio can be intimidating and are difficult to scare or shock. They have the ability to size up a person or a situation in a matter of seconds. You see that in his business acumen. As the apprentice, he sort of did. You saw some of that, those attributes. Their powers can be used for good or evil, as they say. As the saying goes. Sorry, their powers. Yeah. And many times it depends on how they were raised as children. Those who were manipulated or deprived will not open up to others, while those raised in a nurturing environment will most likely be mild-tempered and easy to get along with. They can be jealous, possessive, and self-indulgent. They can also be rather destructive, both to themselves and others. On the good side, they can be vulnerable, intelligent, and ambitious. Scorpio moon is tenacious, and once they want something, they're like the dog that won't let go. Their stubbornness can stand in the dog that won't let go. God, that once they want something, they're like, so once he decided to become president, he's not going to let go of it. Their stubbornness can stand in their own way at times, or it can help them overcome bad habits. They tend to be emotional, materialistic, sensual, and secretive. They are also very creative. Their fighting spirit is strong, and it is difficult for them to admit defeat. January the 6th, anybody? Their fighting spirit can be strong. Again, look at the assassination attempt. They can be fiercely competitive, especially with those of their own sex. With the opposite sex, they can be wrapped around the other person's little finger, wanting to indulge that person's every whim. They could use a little bit of balance in their life in this area. Charismatic Scorpio moon attracts many and must exercise caution so they are not tempted into multiple relationships. They don't like to be criticized. They are seldom mainstream in their ideals and don't always conform to all of society's rules. Trump is certainly not a conformist. And they don't like to be criticized. Well, it's another, again, the charisma, the extreme, multiple relationships. He's had many wives, I believe. Yeah, all of that. A dog with a bone. He's like a dog with a bone. That's Scorpio moon. So let's have a look at moon in the 4th house. Moon in the 4th house. The 4th house is about the mother, domestic life, belongings, vehicles, property, and mental peace. So it shows that the native has a strong attachment to his mother and emotional bonding with the place where they're born is very strong. Family, very important to these people. They get highly distressed and depressed by any imbalance on the emotional front. Moon in the 4th house leads to a strong identification with family and domestic interest. You can definitely see that with Trump. These natives tend to withdraw to the home when the challenges and difficulties in the outer world become too stressful and challenging. When these natives have a family of their own, even then they pack their bags and run back to their original families if there are difficulties, as per moon in the 4th house. Those who have moon in the 4th house want their home to be like a retreating place or sanctuary. Thus, these natives are highly in tune with the undercurrents and changes of atmosphere in the environment. However, most of the time, they do not make their feelings known to others. They are likely to regress into their early childhood pattern if and when life struggles become too much. This position of moon in the 4th house is considered to be a strong placement. It is sometimes referred to as accidentally dignified. It happens because the moon is a natural ruler of the sign of Cancer and the 4th house. The people who have moon in the 4th house usually draw emotional security from harmonious relationships with their family members or maybe some friends. However, if these relationships get strained, they may feel very insecure, and there will be a change in the person's emotional outlook. When the moon is seated in the 4th house, it really shows that the inner nature of the person is indeed emotional. The things that really matter to the individual are security, self-protection, and privacy. The nature and the flow of emotional needs during the day-to-day life and their fulfillment is more important for them than others. They keep on having intuition, which fluctuates and varies on a daily basis. Sometimes it becomes very strong, at other times it is very conspicuous by its absence. They always stay in touch with their inner guides, which is their emotional self inside, the guardians and the source of their protection from harm. Ooh. Notice when he turned just at the right moment before he got shot. They always stay in touch with their inner guides, which is their emotional self inside, the guardians and the source of their protection from harm. When he just turned his head at the right moment, isn't that saying exactly that? Negative traits. Downside of this is excessive emotionality. They can become much defensive, very defensive, so that they may not be at ease fulfilling their emotional needs from others. One of the significant challenges in their life is they find it very difficult to provide their loved ones with a firm and enduring emotional foundation. So the 4th house indicates that their emotional dependence on others makes them very much concerned about their financial security. The moon in the 4th house, natives feel that if their material needs are satisfied, they will get more stable in life, hence his need to surround himself with big buildings and luxurious furniture and all of that kind. However, the reality is that they won't be able to form personal relationships without the support and cooperation of their family. Moon in the 4th house, natives are advised to have goals which are more practical and realistic in nature. They can accomplish long-lasting security if they make plans more realistically and work on it diligently. So there we have it. Sometimes his desires might be impractical and unrealistic, such as the wall across the whole border of the United States. And that's a number 4 thing, construction, that we've talked about. The wall, number 4. And those other elements that came up in his other signs, in his sun sign, for example. Emotional and family oriented, they will be more effective. They can lessen their emotional dependence and put on some elements of practicality. So there we have it, the moon in Scorpio in the 4th house. Okay, what's next as we're going through here? Next we have Mercury, which is Queens. Mercury in Gemini. So Gemini is a very social, communicative sign, flirtatious. We've seen that with how he talks about women. They're very communicative. They like to talk a lot. They are prone to gossip, and hence why he can get into trouble in that sense. You saw a recent phone call with Robert Kennedy Jr. where he's sort of mouthing off, and that's why he likes to talk. He enjoys talking. Mercury and Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. The sign of communication, the social element. So yeah, Mercury in Gemini, and we'll just have a look at what house it's in as well. So it's in the 11th house, which is the house of Aquarius. Okay, so let's have a look at Mercury in Gemini. And this is why it might seem in Western astrology that some of his Gemini elements come across. It's because he does have Gemini elements. It's just that you have to, looking at the whole chart, can show just more about it, I guess, is what I'd say. So he does have Gemini elements, and his Mercury is in Gemini, which is the way he communicates. So it's not surprising that people see Gemini in him and think that that might be right. So quick-witted and eclectic. Mercury in Gemini may appear a bit scattered. They have a broad knowledge of many subjects, number 9, but not too much about any one subject. So he likes to, and when he's speaking, you can see the way that he communicates is he sort of skirts around all the possibilities, and it covers everything in great detail, but with slightly less substance. They learn fast, but because they have so many different interests, it is different for them to concentrate on a single subject. They get bored very easily. Give Mercury, Gemini a stimulating environment and they will be happy. Something I was going to say, but I've just forgotten. Speaking of their environment, Mercury and Gemini is very sensitive to what is going on around them. They're very impressionable. They tend to be restless and full of nervous energy. While they tend to be open-minded, logical answers appeal to them. Most of the time, intuition is not part of their process. It's sort of in the background, though, with the moon in Scorpio. They may come across as too intellectual. Not really. Spock was probably a Mercury Gemini. They may appear to be emotionally detached when communicating. I wouldn't necessarily say that of Trump either. At the same time, Mercury and Gemini can also make an interesting speaker. They are not attached to their own opinions or ideas. They adapt well and are curious about everything. You can see some of that in Trump. It isn't too difficult to persuade them to change their minds. They can be talented and smooth talking and may actually be a little deceptive with a sense of humor. They like to spot weaknesses around them and play with them a bit just because they can. Mercury and Gemini makes decisions quickly and they usually turn out well. They enjoy working with language and are good on the phone. We hear a lot about Trump's phone conversations. It is easy for them to communicate with anyone from all walks of life with ease. He's a populist. That's part of the way that he communicates, and he gets on with a wide range of people. Eloquent and engaging. It is hard to be bored with a Gemini Mercury around. It is difficult for them to shut out external stimulation, however, which can wear on them. They can get overwhelmed and frazzled. They may show signs of irritability or mental confusion. Taking some downtime will help them overcome this problem. Gemini in Mercury is a natural witty flirt. Their clever chatting often keeps their partners enthralled. They love to take part in cultural events and enjoy new situations. Their minds are always spinning. They blossom in stimulating, fast-paced environments. I'd also say that a Gemini Mercury mind is a very quick mind, hence why he's good in debates, because he's very quick at coming up with a response that's quite witty. You saw that at times. The remarks that he makes are quite cutting and quite quick. He's quick to respond and come up with a witty response to things. When bored, Gemini Mercury may stir up some trouble or controversy just to make things interesting. They like to play mind games. Stir up controversy. Does that sound like Trump? Yes. They like to play mind games and are delighted when they find someone who can mentally spar back. They may tend to gossip, are natural at social gatherings. They flit from group to group like a butterfly. That's where he fires people at will and picks up somebody else. They're usually attractive. It's a personal taste, full of good humor. Mercury in Gemini likes to travel, read, talk, and meet new people. He's going around talking to people at all these rallies. He likes to travel. They are the original jack of all trades, master of none. Writing helps them focus better, and many may become journalists or freelance writers. So, yeah. full of good humor. So there, you've got that that social element where when you see Trump out and about with random people off the street, he's got an energy where he will sign autographs or go up and hug people and have photos with people. He's always interested in people and talking to people from all walks of life. He's a businessman in that sense, so he has a kind of ability to relate to many different types of people, and that's that 9 and that Gemini element, Mercury and Gemini element that you can see there. He's also known for being quite charitable, signing off checks to people who are wounded. For example, they started a Fund Me campaign for the victims of the family that died during the assassination, for one. He has seen, there's a video I've seen on YouTube where he goes round and goes into a restaurant and shouts the entire restaurant to a milkshake and fries and stuff like this on the house, because he's there. Goes into McDonald's, I think it is, and shouts or Burger King, and shouts everyone to a milkshake. So that's the Leo magnanimity, the generosity of character. He's big, he's out there, he's dramatic, he's also, that's the ascendant, whereas the Mercury and Gemini sort of is the quick mind, he likes to talk, he's very social and interactive, he likes to communicate, he's quick-minded, he'll respond quickly to he's quick to come up with a witty response. So yeah, Mercury and Gemini, and it was in the is it the 9th, 10th, 11th house, was it? Was it the 10th house? No, it wasn't the 10th house. It must have been the first house. No, his ascendant is in Leo, so August, July, Cancer, Gemini. So it's the 11th, Mercury in the 11th house. So Mercury in the 11th house. So this affects the natives in a very positive way. It's the house of Aquarius. It fills one's life with peace. Mercury in the 11th house makes one very friendly and loved among the people. They are straightforward and considered to be direct in their approach. They develop good relations with everybody. Negative people don't try to come their way, as they are considered to have strong presence and be selfless. Many times, due to their selflessness, other people try to take advantage. Personalized prediction also says that the native might have a totally pleasant, calm personality. They have appealing bodily features. Natives might grow to be good in public speaking careers and orators. They have a habit of continuous assisting unlucky and needy people. They might alter to any new scenario and location without difficulty. They're very easygoing and make pals with others in no time from diverse, non-secular and cultural backgrounds. It's almost that book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's what makes him such a good salesman, such a good businessman, is building relationships with people. Mercury in the 11th house makes the native charming. It also indicates many love affairs of the native. Well, that's interesting, given the reputation for that. They are considered to be popular in their friend circle. If they have an elder sibling, then they might be supported by them. And if they have a younger sibling, then they might support them. They might see good career growth, inspire others. They might be able to handle domestic and family things. They might be manipulative in achieving things, and they're always blessed with numerous new ideas, making it difficult for them to concentrate on family life. One might experience many thrills in their love life. It shows one's physical and mental as well as emotional attachment. Excitement in one's romantic life might make them very famous in their friends circle, such that they might have a very attractive personality. In adolescence, the native may have more than one relationship due to their attractive persona, but in future they seem to be a dedicated partner. So early on, he seems more dedicated now. Marriage life in the 11th house. They might get married in their 30s. They might seem very satisfied with their spouse. Married life seems smooth, such that the partner would support the native in every situation. Also, the partner would take care of all the physical and mental desires, as well as support the native in their difficult times, or you can see that in Melania. They might create great memories with their partner and also handle all domestic affairs wisely. Career for Mercury in the 11th house helps one to gain name, fame, as well as money in life. Makes the natives wealthy and helps to grow their business on social media platforms. Trump Social. Well, there we go. Trump Social, for example, 11th house is the house of technology and social media, Aquarius. Gemini is the house of communication. So it's not surprised that he started up Trump Social. Positive and negative aspect of Mercury in the 11th house. Coins always have two sides. Mercury in the 11th house has both positive and negative aspects. They are known to explore new places and are adventurous. He went to North Korea, for example, which is not something anyone else would have probably done. They have great personalities like intelligence and creativity. Not only this, the natives are also known to be good advisors as well as counselors who might guide people in low situations. With this strong personality, the natives see positive aspects in their lives as they have an attractive persona. At the same time, Mercury in 11th house might also have a negative impact, as the natives might manipulate others for their selfish desires and needs. As their personality makes them bring new plans and ideas into their minds, it might become difficult for them to concentrate on any plan at a time. Though the natives have a strong personality, their carelessness towards work might result in a loss of trust. Due to their attractive nature, they might see many enemies who might not like them much and play manipulative games behind their backs. So that's interesting as well. He certainly had a lot of people making it difficult for him, or had hidden enemies, people who don't like him much and manipulate him behind his back. But it also, I think there's certainly some things I've heard about him sort of where his business dealings have rubbed people up the wrong way. But there you go, Mercury in the 11th house, and certainly it speaks again about his willingness to help and I think that's why, ironically, there's a lot of the Republicans are often sort of seen as the party that were seen as the party that sort of panders to the wealthy, but it's actually under Trump, it seems to almost be the party that is speaking to the working class in a way, and he has got a lot of he has the ability to speak to people from many different to the downtrodden, which it's sort of, and he's charitable to the downtrodden, so he helps people who he's friendly and loved among the people, and you can see that. Selflessness, yeah. I mean, everything about what I read there is quite poignant. You got to remember that people's personalities are multidimensional, and so that's why different aspects of their personality might come forward at different times in their life, and hence why that they might have contradictory elements in their personalities that are obvious at different times, for example. So that's why astrology sometimes contradicts itself. It may, on one hand, he may be one thing, but he might be the other thing, the complete opposite at other times. People have contradictory natures. People are complex. That's what astrology is all about. So, yeah, there's dark and light in everybody. Okay, Mercury. Getting there. Now, the next one, I believe, is Mars. Getting through there slowly. This is going to be a long podcast. All right. Next we have Mars in Leo. So more Leo there, along with his ascendant. Again, magnanimity. So they're possibly in conjunction, are they? No. Oh, yes, they are in conjunction. So Mars and Leo in conjunction, which Mars and the ascendant in conjunction, which again is more of that leonine, generous, big drama queen kind of energy, center of attention. He's driven. So Mars is the driving force. It's what drives you. So he's almost driven to be the center of attention. He's driven by being in the spotlight, by being the performer. That's what drives him. So, and that's in combination with his ascendant, which is the way he presents to the world. Hence, this is a very strong element. The Leo, that fiery element, the lion. That he's also comes across to some as he comes across as brave because he speaks his mind. He doesn't hold back. He's big. He's got big energy. And Leos have big energy. That's another thing about Leos, is they have a dynamic, big energy, and hence why he can go around all these rallies and speak for hours in his late 70s. So that's more of the same there. But we will look at this more closely. His purpose is almost to be the center of attention in a way. Mars in Leo. So he's got a very big energy. Mars in Leo wants to be significant and create a lasting impression. They are passionate and strong-willed. They are willing to take risks and have ambitions to be someone. They have a strong sense of authority and personal magnetism. Mars in Leo is impatient with those who are disloyal or narrow-minded. You're fired. They are idealistic. He doesn't like people who people who come at him with, when he's dealing with the press. Sometimes the press can be a little bit myopic in the way that they look at things, and he's very dismissive of them at times. So he's impatient with those who are disloyal. You get fired a lot of people in his administration. He's idealistic, and if they are humiliated, they are quick to defend their principles. They follow their heart. I would say that he has a big heart energy. They take pride in everything they do because their ego gets involved with every situation. Mars in Leo has a lot of physical energy, but they do fine intellectually, and they are fairly practical. They're confident and self-sufficient. Their vitality is noticeable. They can be very dramatic, and they can be very successful performers. They are determined to succeed at whatever they strive for, and they make excellent leaders. They may be overbearing with their own opinions. They can be domineering and stubborn. Pride can be their downfall. On the other hand, they are playful, have a good sense of humor, and are full of warmth. They want to have a legacy through their actions. They are generous and romantic. Leo Mars is friendly and exuberant, if a bit impulsive. You can see both the shadow and the good sides of Trump there, even to those who absolutely look for everything that's evil about him. If you look, you can see him doing a lot of these things on the internet. There's plenty of examples of it. In relationships, they are affectionate and demonstrative. They love the excitement of a new love affair. They like to be the center of attention in the bedroom as much as they like it in other areas of their life. Mars and Stormy Daniels, I don't know how much is true. I don't want to comment on it, but if it's anything to go by, yeah, Mars in Leo is very dramatic and they enjoy opulent surroundings. They are passionate and charming. They don't like competition in the bedroom or with past lovers. They are faithful and expect to be treated the same way. But they like affairs and they're faithful. It doesn't, it sort of contradicts itself. While they do pay attention to their partner, their primary concern is their own enjoyment. They may be possessive or jealous, but they may try to hide this. Leo Mars is not above testing their partner. They may try to pull the wool over your eyes from time to time. They may come across too strong or at times get impatient, but they are open and direct. Mars in Leo brings a lot of fun and romance to a relationship, and they appreciate a partner who reciprocates in kind. Their enthusiasm may be a bit overwhelming for some people. When their ego becomes involved in the relationship, it can disrupt an otherwise happy situation. They want to be happy and settled with someone they can have a fun, romantic relationship with. Well, I mean, a lot of that all makes sense. Now we're going to have a look at Mars in the first house, which will be quite telling. It's the house of Aries, or the personality. Again, with Leo, sorry, but that's just so telling. Mars is the house of Mars. What drives him is Aries in the house, first house, which is almost the ego and the personality. So he's very ego driven. Put it that way. It's Mars in the first house puts you in the position of a leader, whether you wish for it or not. It creates high energy and a natural aggression in your temperament, whether apparent or latent. A positive Mars in the first house makes you an undisputed leader, driver of situations, an out-of-the-box thinker, and an expert strategist. Mars in this position can form Mangal Chandra Yoga, which is great for your finances. Well, there you go. Usual effects of Mars in the first house creates high energy and a natural aggression in your temperament. You can hear that in his voice. He's kind of got this in his voice, whether it is apparent or latent. Since the first house is your foundation, covers your general well-being and how well-known and successful you would be in life, Mars in the first house shapes your personality in a way that your destiny is created by means of dynamism, hard work, aggressions, and overt actions in life. A first house Mars puts you in the position of a leader, whether you wish for leadership or not. Being responsible and leading situations is something you'll have to deal with most of your life. When Mars is positive, the leadership comes naturally with a zeal to lead and an ability to lead from the front, while a neutral or negative Mars suggests that the leadership comes under covert circumstances or when leadership is thrust upon them. This position of Mars also shows that the family and life circumstances are influenced by very active and aggressive circumstances at the time of birth. The drive and energy come with your imbibing the influences around you into your own personality. This position of Mars has an impact on his physical appearance, creating a ruddy and flushed face with a tendency of facial eruptions, minor or major, depending on the exact strength of Mars. Occasionally, it would make your eyes piercing and distinctive with well-developed eyebrows. He's got big eyebrows, hasn't he? His nature is aggressive due to the first house Mars position, and each situation might be handled more impulsively or aggressively than usual. The level of flexibility would therefore be lower, and the tendency to rebel opposing ideas could come more often than not to you. He's certainly a rebel. He's not out of the box. I mean, even if it's in a kind of conservative way, he, with that 4 and that 1 energy, and the Taurus energy, this position makes you proactive, hardworking, action-orientated, and competitive. He wants to get things done. Look at all the executive orders he made in the first few months. He's a catalyst for change, whether it be change that people like or don't. He's a catalyst for it. Physically, Mars in the first house blesses you with a strong composition, high stamina, excellent endurance, and inclination towards fitness, and a love for the outdoors or nature. To all intents and purposes, he's quite a good golf player. Mars in the first house causes some drawbacks, such as over-aggression, inflexibility, over-competitiveness, difficulty in adjusting with circumstances, and not willing to accept another's point of view when the polarity of Mars is negative. With an abundance in energy, the energy will, if not well utilized, gets drawn into creating issues, hurdles, and problems for others. A positive Mars in the first house makes you an undisputed leader and a driver of situations, an out-of-the-box thinker, and an expert strategist to win, whether in life, battlefield, or the boardroom. The zodiac sign, exact degree conjunction, and influences that other planets have on your Mars depend. Yeah. A negative Mars in the first house makes you jealous, angry without purpose, rebellious, and a creator of problems. It triggers off health, blood, and skin issues. Again, the zodiac sign, exact degree conjunction. So, yeah, given that he's got a conjunction in Scorpio, a conjunction and with his ascendant, this is pretty telling. You'd notice also that Winston Churchill has Mars in the first house, as does Narendra Modi, as does Queen Elizabeth, and among other people. But that doesn't mean it's in Leo, which makes it even more fiery and big and dramatic. And so with the conjunction with his ascendant, so that's, to me, how, it's obvious. Whereas if you looked at the way Western signs, I think his ascendant might be in Cancer, it would be in Virgo. which doesn't make sense. So yeah, although you could see him as, I mean, there's different ways of interpreting it. You could see him as the Virgo being the practical hard worker that he is, but it's just, yeah, a different way of looking at it. I'm not here to criticize Western astrology, but I just find Vedic astrology for me seems to be more pinpoint accurate. It just seems to be spot on. Let's have a look at his Venus. So Venus is to do with your love, life, and career. Venus in Cancer. So, and it's in the in the 12th house. So it's Venus in Cancer in the 12th house. So let's have a look. Venus in Cancer. Here we go. Venus in Cancer wants a committed, predictable relationship. They are sensitive and crave security, comfort, and love. They show their love for their partner by taking care of them. They are more attentive to their partner's feelings than their words. They may be a bit moody and may resort to pouting or the silent treatment to get attention. They don't like a lot of rationalization, and they don't like impersonal treatment. Emotional confrontations don't scare them at all, yet they are frequently afraid they will be left. Cancer Venus has a long memory, and it is difficult for them to forget an injury. Sometimes they will retreat into themselves, and it can be difficult to get them to come back out into the open. A Venus in Cancer person loves to snuggle, and they appreciate sentimental gestures. Don't know about that. They are, well, certainly sentimental gestures may be a thing. They are closely attached to their home and family. Rejection is one of their biggest fears, and they can try some very frustrating ploys to find out if you love them or not. They need to feel secure and cared for. When these needs are met, they are patient, loving, and dependable. They insist on sincerity from their partner and will amaze you how well they can remember every word you say or everything you do. The Venus in Cancer person is very intuitive, and they find it easy to read your character and feelings. They will care for you accordingly. This can be comforting or intimidating depending on how their partner reacts to this ability. While they are not always aware of their own charm, they can be very attractive to the opposite sex. Cancer Venus is attracted to those who need them, and they may end up making sure their loved ones continue to need them. They are sensitive and they react emotionally to any circumstances. They can be hurt easily, even though they tend to hide this vulnerability behind their dignity. They are good listeners. They tend to be cautious in love because they are trying to protect themselves. As a friend, Cancer Venus is adept at creating a second family out of their friends. They enjoy creating new traditions and are usually very thoughtful about birthdays and holding celebrations. They are loyal and like to keep in touch no matter what the distance. They are good at nurturing their friends, although if they get hurt emotionally, they can find it difficult to trust again. They are very impressionable and may end up picking up on the mood of the person they are spending time with. Cancer Venus is creative and can express this through arts, healing, or through relationships. They like to use their creativity in nurturing others. Cancer Venus looks like someone with a big heart. This is very attractive to others. They can also appear wise and are surrounded by a warmth that wraps around those surrounding them. Once they trust someone, they're very affectionate. If you're attracted to Venus and Cancer, you want to take your time. Don't be too direct with them. They may appear aloof, but they're always actually observing everything you do. They appreciate the effort someone takes in preparing a meal or doing something thoughtful. They do not like being around those who are fighting inner demons or have other personal issues. Okay, so to the people who love Trump, obviously that's something that you can see coming across in him. To the people who don't like Trump, you know, because when he's attacked, it's like he might retreat into his shell, or he might get defensive, he might get emotionally, he might get aggressive. He doesn't, so he is quite sensitive underneath everything to criticism. He likes to be liked. It's important for him to be liked. And so when someone sort of attacks him, he is quite sensitive, and hence he gets quite aggressive and bitter and resentful at times. These are all aspects of, well, Venus in Cancer, but also the Scorpio moon that he has as well. So the moon in Cancer are trine energies. Sorry, the moon in Scorpio and the Venus in Cancer will be, so he's got a trine moon and Venus if they're in the right positions, but they complement each other. So yeah, and it's said, he's got water and fire elements, which create steam, and steam's said to be unpredictable. Hence, but he also has earth elements there as well. His ascendant is fire, but is fire and earth, so sun and ascendant. So yeah. Anyway, that's Venus, and it just sort of talks more about his relationships. But yeah, home and family are important to him, obviously. Leaving a legacy, so it talks a lot about that. Sometimes again you have contradictions there, but like I say, people are contradictory characters. As Venus is in the 12th house in Cancer, so Venus in the 12th house gives enormous imaginative. God, have I already done Venus? I'm getting confused now. I've done Mars. Can't even remember. Might have repeated myself. Done Mercury. Did I do Venus? I can't remember. Should have done Venus perhaps after Mercury. But I did Mars. Okay, Venus in the 12th house. I don't think I did. Enormous imaginative prowess, which can be used to become a renowned artist. He may have massive desires and aspirations which will push his limits. It may make him fantasize about sexual desire, and just thinking of that line that he gets that he gets brought up with in the media. Grab him by the, yeah. He will push your limits. Fantasize about sexual desire and will be in search of your dream spouse. High expectations from the spouse, and your reality and fantasy will not always match. So they will never be satisfied in relationship, as they will always be judging the spouse's look and appearance. Flirtatious and untrustworthy when it comes to love and married life. So there is this aspect in him. You will never be satisfied in one relationship. Venus gives you passion and compassion. The 12th house is the house of losses, liberation, expense, foreign land, and subconscious mind. Venus in the 12th house gives utmost bed pleasure and happiness through intimacy and sex from a very early age in life. Your spouse will be loving and caring, but infidelity may cause separation. Your spouse will bring you happiness and good luck. Venus in 12th house makes you love isolation and to work in isolation. Well, the things that he's being accused of, obviously, are in his field in terms of his astrology. This position might make you a forest officer, forest guide, librarian, psychiatric in a secluded land. You may even work in a foreign embassy, museum, cosmetics, and makeup industry, or be a travel blogger. However, this position will bring a lot of ups and downs in your career. You can only achieve success. Apparently, I think he's declared bankrupt at various times in his life, or I think he's been bankrupt at times in his life. You can only achieve success if you put in your efforts and take initiative. Ups and downs. Look at how he won the presidency, then lost it, and then now he's coming back and trying to win it again. And he's certainly in the limelight at the moment, and the polls are certainly favouring him. You can only achieve success if you put your efforts and take initiatives along with risks. You'll be fond of wine and women. Well, he's abstaining from wine, so enjoy attending pleasurable parties, exotic tourism, royal extravagant life with high expenses. Well, there's the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. Not going to comment on whether that's true, but it's certainly in the field potentially. Venus in the 12th house is also the most beneficial placement for accumulating wealth, as you would keep a balance between expenses and income. You will have the caliber to fight for your right, fight, and to ward off your enemies through self-efforts and intelligence. The 12th house is the natural zodiac sign of exaltation for Venus, where it is in its most comfortable and happy state. This position will make you a money magnet and super successful in your professional and business fields. This position can also give you venereal diseases And at the same time, it can save you from any kind of accidents or mishaps. You should be careful while indulging in water sports or any kind of adventure sports. You may have to go through a few minor bone operations at a young age. It removes fears of legal issues in foreign land, but can create disputes at your birthplace. So he's had problems in America with legal issues from time to time. I know Robert Kennedy Jr., for example, sued him and won. He's obviously having legal issues at the moment about the Stormy Daniels thing, and tax returns and things like that. So again, that seems very true. He's making a lot of money, fond of women. What's that? Sexual desire. It's fantasize about sexual desire. Well, grab them by the anyway. Never mind. Locker room talk, as they say. Now we're going to go to another planet, the planet of Saturn. Which I believe is in Cancer, yeah. So Venus in Cancer and Saturn in Cancer in the 12th house. So are they in conjunction? Yes. So Saturn and Venus in conjunction, which would bring some restrictive elements to that, I would think. Let's have a look. Okay, Saturn. So Saturn is also in Cancer, like Venus, which is interesting. Saturn in Cancer. Saturn in Cancer is not very emotionally demonstrative. They prefer to hide their inner thoughts and feelings. Well, I think about some things maybe, but certainly his Leo ascendant contradicts that. So home and family is of utmost importance. They often give up their other opportunities to take care of their family. They often have a strong bond with their family members, though they have trouble expressing it. Life lessons include learning to feel empathy and the value of responsibility. Saturn in Cancer can easily be depressed. They may appear clingy or fearful. They constantly need to overcome insecurity. They may obsess about creating the love they feel they missed out on as a child. While they hate feeling dependent on others, they constantly need to be reassured they are loved and needed. They often feel that no matter how much they accumulate, it isn't enough. Once they realize this, they can make great strides towards self-confidence and feelings of security. It is a giant step once they realize they can do this on their own. Cancer Saturn may be slightly restricted by their past. They may feel guilty about the past. Having a home and family make them feel secure and in control. They have a good survivalist instinct, and they often make the best of difficult situations. They need to remember that difficulties that present themselves are opportunities. Interesting. Survivalist instinct. Fight, fight, fight. They make the best of difficult situations. Fight, fight, fight. Physically, and he's going up in the polls too, physically they may experience issues with the chest, breasts and stomach. You sometimes feel Trump's got when he breathes. They may feel unnourished emotionally or spiritually, and this may manifest as a physical ailment. Hypersensitive inhibitions and emotional insecurity all contribute to these issues and need to be overcome for success. Because of this hypersensitivity, emotional upheavals experienced as a child may create fear and insecurity well into adulthood. They may try to build a wall around themselves to keep others at a distance. Self-acceptance is a giant step towards a better life. Learning how to heal that child within and address those old fears will help heal the adult with Saturn and Cancer as well. So there you go. At the heart of it, Trump is quite an emotionally sensitive person, hypersensitive. Emotional upheavals as a child. He may have had difficulty as a child. He's got a lot of insecurities. He wants to be liked. Really, he's just a human being. When people criticize him, he gets aggressive or emotional as well as aggressive. It hurts him to be criticized. He's very sensitive. He may have some insecurities that cause him to lash out or that he's overcome in order to, he needs sort of to feel loved, to have to have confidence. So he needs to be liked in order to show his best sides. When people are angry and criticizing him, he's not at his best. Always, perhaps. When people are against him. So, yeah. And, yeah, that's Saturn in the 12th house as well. Saturn in 12th house. Here we go. Saturn in the 12th house. This is from Indo Astro. I've been reading the houses and Ganesha Speak, so they're two sites that are quite good. Affects your subconscious mind and makes you accumulate wealth and success. Funny that. Positive Saturn in this house will make you work hard to accomplishing your goals. Common planetary combination possible with Saturn in this house is blah, 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 which gives you strength and determination. Okay, Saturn in the 12th house activates your subconscious mind and connects you with different realms. It restricts your peace of mind and increases your quest for spirituality. By age 28 and 30, you will slowly be enlightened and achieve growth in life. It will force you to go into foreign lands and support the underprivileged. This position can make you work in an embassy, become the Secretary of State who goes out and maintains foreign relations with other countries. That's interesting, given that he was, during his presidency, he withdrew from the war in Afghanistan, and he didn't create wars with Russia. And he's sort of, in some ways, promoting peace with other countries through being a businessman, through business deals almost, or through his through not by being he's almost aggressive for peace in a way. Maintaining foreign relations. You'll be wealthy and will make money in foreign lands. Definitely heard that that's true. You might become one of the most powerful persons by entering politics. Boom. You can't make this up. Saturn in this position will also make you unravel the mystic truth. You will acquire ancestral properties without obstructions. I do believe that he had a huge inheritance from his father. You will become ambitious and enjoy success in every department of your life. You will be very close to your family and will get all kinds of nourishment and significant support from them. You will prefer to be aloof at times, although you will maintain a bond with your friends and social circle. Your married life will face problems in the initial stages. He's had breakups, but gradually you both will understand each other's perspectives and enjoy the pleasures of marital life. You will enjoy writing fiction, which will connect you to a dreamland and a dimension required for a fantasy writer. Perhaps he has possibilities in those areas, but hasn't got round to doing anything like that. Positive Saturn. This position will get you support from your spouse after marriage, and you both will lead a harmonious life. You will get, that's given that that's tied in with his Venus, I would suggest that would be true. You'll get enough time to understand each other and use the opportunities to enjoy married life. You'll be dedicated and focused on your professional goals and achieve success after the age of 30. Success might be delayed but not denied. Saturn will give you results for your hard work and self-efforts. You might take a little longer than others of your age to achieve success, but you will achieve the desired goal. You will embark upon a significant example of self-growth and develop a personality which will give you a stable career and good relationship with others in your life. You will accumulate wealth and gain through secretive jobs. Business deals? I don't know. You will indulge in performing yagnas, I'm not sure, and destroy your enemies. Negative Saturn. This position will make you face heartbreaks and loneliness in your love life. So this is if it's negatively aspect, which it may be. I'll have a look at that. You will have temporary relationships, not lasting ones. Saturn in 12th house will enhance your limitations and will create anxiety, depression, and other psychological issues. And you will walk around daydreaming and have an illusion about the future. You will not be practical and disciplined with regard to your goals. You would like to be detached and will be a lone ranger. You'll be serious and will be under the grip of grief. You may fracture or lose your limbs. You will always be unhappy. You will be interested in performing wicked deeds. You will be lazy, distrustful, harsh in speech, and engrossed in sinful acts. Well, you can see some of that certainly in the criticisms of Trump, those negative sides of Saturn in the 12th house. So he has those potentials as well as the positive potentials. So very interesting. Retrograde, he's both the positive and the negative aspects that people associate with him, potentially. Retrograde Saturn, blah, blah, blah. No. Okay. Donald Trump, famous people with Saturn in the 12th house, an American politician, media personality, and businessman. He served as the 45th president of the United States and became the first US president with no military or government service prior. His political positions have been described as populist, protectionist, isolationist, and nationalists. He is the only president in America who has been impeached twice. Really? Anyway. Well, I know, yeah. Anyway. So legal problems at home. See, he's everything that's in here, both the positive and the negative. And that's why he's such a polarizing figure. Where are we? Actually, I should have done Jupiter before I did Saturn. So what's his Jupiter? Let's have a look here. Queens, 10:54 a.m. Jupiter is in the Virgo. So expansion through hard work and attention to detail. It's funny, that comment about building a wall in that last one. So he will build a wall when he wants to keep others out in emotional relationships. So his building a wall on the border of Mexico is like an external manifestation of the walls that he builds when he wants to keep people out emotionally. In a way, it's kind of reflective of his inner landscape. Jupiter in Virgo, and that's in the realm of hard work, and his Jupiter is in the second house, which is the house of Taurus, which is also hard work and luxury and possessions, home, and luxury, art. So expansion, the planet of expansion, in Virgo, which is to do with hard work, in the realm of acquiring possessions and building, and that's the number 4 that's in his chart. Construction also, but the earth element. Both of these are earth element. The house is an earth element. The Jupiter's in an earth sign. So Jupiter in the second house. Okay, let's look closer at these. Jupiter in Virgo. Okay. Jupiter in Virgo. Jupiter in Virgo is luckiest when they are honest, helpful, practical, orderly, and pay attention to all the details. They do well in service to others, nutrition, and health. It's interesting that he's doesn't drink or smoke. So he's obviously, although apparently he eats lots of takeaways, so it's a bit contradictory there. But Virgo Jupiter is a realist. It might be contradicted in other aspects of this chart. They need to visualize results to feel motivated to go after them. That makes sense. They are not easily lured into scams. They don't like to take risks. Don't know about that. While they need direction, goals, and strong plans, they appreciate the results at the end. Jupiter in Virgo likes a solid routine. It helps them feel productive and in harmony. They have high standards set for themselves, disciplined and discriminating. Jupiter in Virgo can help others to refine their lives and live better. They have a sense of grace. Don't know about that. At times, maybe. Grace, you know, in terms of the assassination attempt he had. And he was saved by the grace of God, as they put it. Jupiter is the planet of luck. Jupiter in Virgo can help others to refine their. So they have a sense of grace. They are known for lending a hand when it is needed. His charity is well known. They are good at analyzing, and he helps people. He's often known for just writing checks to people and sending them to people when he feels when he feels that they deserve something. You know, people who have struggled. They are good at analyzing problems and puzzles. Jupiter in Virgo is detail-orientated, which can slow them down on large projects. They are cautious, practical, and scientific. You know, I've heard that someone, I was listening to Jordan Peterson, and apparently he had a friend who employed Trump to build his business, or he's a multimillionaire. And Trump came in and was very detail-oriented in terms of, and he got everything done ahead of time because he came in and was very looking at all of the details and making sure they were underway. Good at analyzing problems and puzzles too, detail-oriented, which can slow them down on large projects. Can also potentially, they're all cautious, practical, and scientific. They may be rather cynical at times. This is definitely the person you want to have with you in an emergency, however. Is America in an emergency at the moment? Virgo, so maybe he's the right person for the situation. For being, in the pandemic as well, not that his handling of the pandemic was seen as being very good, but Virgo prefers the simple life. Their values promote the basics of life, such as honesty and hard work. They make great he's like a working man, and that's how he kind of gets on with the working class. They make great progress sticking to their morals and values. The fastest way to lose their good fortune is to take on more than they can handle. Their perfectionist ways can hinder them as much as help them. They can become overwhelmed if they are not careful. On the negative side, they may also become petty, overcritical, and irritable. They are talented with literature, science, and technical skills. These skills help expand Jupiter in Virgo's world and bring them many opportunities. Their efficiency and focus can be difficult to get used to in some cases. They love to research and make excellent librarians, and they appreciate education and want all they can get. So his attention to detail may actually piss people off, but on the other hand, he's got Gemini and Mercury, which means he talks around everything as well. So it's, again, contradictions in his personality, but you see it. Virgo was in the house of the second house. Sorry, Jupiter in the second house. Jupiter in the second house. Oops, I might try a different one there. Jupiter in the second house. Jupiter in the second house impacts knowledge, the way you influence people, your family, wealth. A positive Jupiter blesses you with an attractive speech, skills to earn money, and excellent money management, making you prosper in life and extremely wealthy. Jupiter in the second house blesses you with high status in society, makes you very social and an influential personality in your personal as well as professional circles. Jupiter in this house provides opportunity to expand your friend circle. People known to you also look forward to befriending you due to your magnetic personality. This position makes you prosperous with a good life. Your fortune will support you in your efforts and lead to expected outcomes in all spheres. You will do well in authoritative and leadership roles. People under you would feel elated to have a leader of your caliber and personality. Certainly, that is the feeling of people who work for him at times. This position renders enemies weak in front of you, and those busy conspiring against you will not be successful. Interesting. However, they would continuously try to get past you and harm you, hence you need to be alert and take adequate precautions. Since the second house is the base for primary education, family, and wealth, Jupiter, when placed here, will enhance all related fields: wealth, family, education. Your educational base and family front are good and optimistic, providing you a stable foundation that you will see through your entire life. You have a knack for business with good strategy, which leads to your growth. You have the skills to invest money in the right place and get good returns. These qualities would make you a prosperous and renowned businessman. Jupiter in the second house makes you generous, well-behaved, and extends benefits from the government. You will get success in life. You are always ready to extend a helping hand to the needy, care for them, and to be kind to them in providing them help and support. We've talked about that aspect. It comes up a lot in other aspects of his chart as well. This position also blesses you with good looks, intelligence, and knowledge, bestows you with longevity and respect in society. Soft in speech, don't know about that. The position of Jupiter makes one a good writer or astrologer. He's got a book, Art of the Deal, which was a bestseller. Positive Jupiter in the second house makes you optimistic and gives you a sense of respect. Your financial condition will be great. It gives you immense material possession and sweet speech. He is charming too when he wants to be. He certainly brings on the charm when he wants to. But if you cross him, he's very the opposite. This position blesses you with wealth from many sources. A negative Jupiter causes health complications, gives you a high urge for luxury and comforts, which may lead to wrong means for earning money. Potentially, so like I say, there's potential for both there. So that's the last thing that we want to look at here is the north and south nodes of the moon. Well, I mean, I can look at the aspects, but for example, so there's the conjunction, for example, between I've talked about that between Mars and the ascendant in the first house, and there's also the conjunction between Venus and Saturn. His sun sign is at square with his ascendant. Wow, that's interesting. Might have to actually look at the degrees. So sun 30 and ascendant. Yeah, it would be, I think, maybe just not quite, but certainly they're at odds and ends. So that means his inner and outer personality are quite at odds with each other, which is interesting. His stubborn, practical Taurian nature with his Leo ascendant kind of at odds with each other, which might make him sort of, we'll have a look at that. He's also got Rahu. Anyway, we'll go into that later, but we want to look at his Rahu and Ketu, which are very long things. Rahu and Ketu, his Rahu is in Taurus and his Ketu is in Scorpio. So Ketu is the south node of the moon. It's what you bring in from previous lifetimes into this lifetime. We sort of habits that you go through, the Akash, or the challenges that you bring from previous lifetime, also the gifts that you bring potentially, but the challenges that you bring, and also where you're going to in future lives, being your Rahu. So in later life, you start to point to this, you're like your North Star, so where you're moving towards, which is life and of luxury, Taurus. Anyway, so let's also have a look at the houses they are in. So Rahu is in the 12th and 10th house, and Ketu the 6th house and the 4th house. So let's have a look at that. Rahu in Taurus. Now, there's a site called Sacred Astrology, which I find really amazing for this. Fascinating. and it's quite a lot of information. Rahu in Taurus brings great pleasure in regard to the affections. Oops, yes. Yeah, in regard to the affections, the native loves more with his heart and mind than his senses, and this may cause him to worry needlessly, as the position denotes a certain amount of jealousy, which, though not exhibited outwardly, nevertheless causes suffering. He's very concerned about how he comes across. It is also a sign of hesitation in most matters, which is a mistake on the part of the native, inasmuch as this position should encourage him to act and to look forward confidently to the future, and above all, not to engage in wrong thinking, in which his natural discipline inclines him. Things on the whole cannot go otherwise than well, but the native must be prepared to help himself and to abandon pessimism. In the third decanate of Taurus, it signifies a journey connected with business, or else a plan which will turn out fortunately. A journey connected with business. Keto in Scorpio is very evil, so I'm not really one to be to judge what's good and what's evil in terms of a person in particular. But interestingly enough, Hillary Clinton also has this placement. So when they were going through that election, and I noticed that both of these presidential candidates had this placement. When they talk about choosing the lesser of two evils, it's kind of interesting. But Ketu is to do with previous incarnations, so it might be that he has some evil, some negative past life karma. So it denotes a lack of moral and physical courage, which induces the native to seek more or less questionable methods of succeeding. And he is known for that at times. Even January the 6th, I've heard of things about a golf course in Scotland that to do with that. So questionable methods of succeeding apart from steady exertion, but they will only be trifling methods, and the results will not fulfill his desires. This position is also harmful for the health. Evident signs of lymphatism, dangers of pecuniary loss through theft is also shown. Rahu in Taurus gives resourcefulness and the ability to be very practical in the approach to the material world. Attracts possessions and those who want to be possessed. Must help others to be independent by refusing them the luxury of being dependent. Crutches, if used too long, even psychological crutches, can keep the individual from developing strength. Keto in Scorpio implies that the downward path has been trodden in the past, and thus must be redeemed through overcoming resentment and not using force to compel. That's one of his life lessons. You can see him struggling with resentment, and that's where he goes into the negative. And using force to compel is January the 6th. Lust and greed must become love, and the giving spirit must overcome the grabbing tendency. He's got both of those elements there. The desire to be materialistic, but also you can see his generosity at times through the Leo ascendant. Here the soul is confronted with some of the most difficult karmic lessons in the zodiac. Past lives have been strewn with endings as the Plutonian force of Scorpio worked through its process of transformation. Now the individual is so frightened by the memory of having the rug completely pulled from under his feet that he develops a defensive attitude toward all who offer him regenerative advice. In past incarnations, he literally went through the fires of hell to burn away his false values. Now, instead of falling back on the remains of Scorpio within him, he must build through Taurus a new set of substantial values by which to live. Most of the conditions in this life are still controlled from his subconscious level, buried deeply below the scrutinizing eyes of society. He may appear jovial and friendly while he is in fact planning some mysterious adventure of intrigue inside. The chart must be studied carefully to see just how far the soul has come out of Scorpio before an accurate interpretation can be given. For those already closer to Taurus, the violent churning of Scorpio is purposely avoided at all costs. For those just barely out of Scorpio, the internal revolutions are still going on. Planets conjunct either node will pull the individual toward that node and literally force him to live through it in the current life. So we've got the moon in Scorpio bringing him towards Scorpio. We've got the his sun in Taurus, bringing him towards Taurus, so the sun and the moon. For all these nodes, with these nodes, the past residue of revolution is of such powerful intensity that there is bound to be some after effects spilling over into their present life relationships with family members and closed loved ones. Each day seems to be filled with new emergencies until one crisis built upon another creates such a turmoil of conflict that the individual is reduced to his most very basic struggle for survival. God, wasn't that scene when he was in the White House? The crisis is the pandemic, the impeachment that he had to deal with, the Russia collusion, crisis after crisis, turmoil. It's all in his field. He doesn't yet know the art of moderation or how to take things at face value, for he still believes that others always have an ulterior motive. Inside, he feels that he must constantly escape from punishment, and in his escapes, he leaves behind him a tornado-like shambles of all he once held dear. Mike Pence, Steve Bannon, people sacrificed on his tornado-like. At times he seems others turning on him, but rarely does he stop long enough to understand that he is the cause. Whether he is still acting out his past incarnations in Scorpio or advancing through Taurus, his fixed stubbornness is very much a part of his ingrained way of doing things. He will make much growth when he is able to see the actions of others as reflections of his own subconscious. From past incarnations, so this is what he's here to learn, he has become accustomed to attuning himself to a particular brand of intensity, which, when not allowed to express itself, turns to anger. He has been deeply scarred with the pain of being hurt, and now, like a wounded animal, can be deadly to any who represent the slightest threat. He's like a wounded lion. On the lower levels of consciousness, individuals with these nodes can pursue their prey with a personal vendetta. You can see him doing that with Biden. Then when the pieces fall, they appear to be the innocent victims, while they are in fact the carefully planned victors. Due to the intense emotion constantly seeking expression, a variety of creative outlets are needed. Sexual desire must be transmuted into divine love. All embittering conditions from past incarnations must be dropped from the consciousness until the new seed of peace is discovered. The Scorpio Ketu must burn the bridges of the past and resolve to benefit from the lesson of Lot's wife, never to look back. Through the Taurus Rahu, he must learn not to dissipate or waste in valueless areas of all the power that flows through him. His greatest achievements in this life occur when through the development of a great love for the earth he lives on, he starts to appreciate glimpses of the sources of his unfailing supply and support. You can see that. Make America great again. Yet he's got to get over this resentment and bitterness and that he has. For lifetimes, he has misused his energy, his drives and his desires, feeling himself alone against all the oppressions and afflictions that affect mankind. You can see that like he's against the rest of the world. Highly criticized. Now, through the sensitive impressions of his Taurus Rahu, he is to be brought to the awareness that the abundance in the universe is so great that he will always have what he needs when he needs it. He must learn to distinguish the difference between the words want and need, for although he may not always be able to realize what he wants, he is every moment surrounded by all he needs. As he reaches for his Taurus Rahu, he is reaching at last for stability. He can stop chasing all he has ever felt cheated of by seeing all that is now offered to him. Ultimately, he is destined in this life to reach a state of contentment as the seething of volcanoes of Scorpio melt into the blue spirit waters of harmony in Taurus, where the beloved Gautama Buddha left his blessing. Truly, this is the transition from lifetimes of war into a garden of peace. Ironically, I've seen a Christian prophet talk about Trump's assassination 3 months prior to him having that attempt on his life, saying that after the assassination, and this is something we're already seeing glimpses of, it's almost like the look behind his eyes changed. You can see also his people say that he's a changed man after the assassination attempt. Well, this prophet said that this Christian prophet says that after the assassination attempt, he comes on fire for Jesus and almost becomes like a spiritual religious figure. So that remains to be seen, but it's almost like that's spoken about here in the Rahu and Ketu. The house position of the Ketu indicates the areas of life where any remaining residue of scorpionic battles must be conquered, while the house position of the Rahu shows the area in life where the new awareness of trust and security can ultimately replace the underlying struggles. Previous incarnation for this person was spent in many hidden or underground activities. Being a rebel against the normal life structure punished him to go through various stages before this present condition occurs. Distorted sexual abuse or misuse of power was noticed in the previous lifestyle. All this might or might not have been his own problem, but the company he kept in those years. Locker room talk, all the sexual things that he's accused of might be a residue of that Ketu and Scorpio from past lives. In this lifetime, he just wants to take things very easily and enjoy life without creating many complications. His struggle to at least maintain his karmic status and not go down anymore is amazing to watch. He will try all his best to live nicely and comfortably, and anyone that would oppose his deals will be dealt with quite vigorously, but slightly underhandedly. You're fired. He has real hang-ups about earnings and resources. His Scorpio Ketu may reply, yeah, but that's because I've got ripped off so often. You just can't trust people. The problem is that he hasn't been built up by his own resources. The possible reasons: he doesn't really know what he wants. He resents other people's personal and material success. He has sexual misconceptions about material wealth. Maybe he was brought up to equate affection and caring with getting material things. That wouldn't surprise me. On rare occasions, people with Ketu and Scorpio have you've got to be more crooked to make money in this world philosophy. More often, there's a tendency to make changes just for the sake of changing. Possible solutions: learn to enjoy both giving and receiving. Whether the exchange involves the affection, compliments, money, or whatever. Develop a strong sense of personal values based on your own needs. Forget about morals and do what you have to do. Taurus Rahu generally has to be taught to value money and material goods. There's often some sort of hang up about the actual process of working, a dislike of any types of menial or manual labor, a refusal to prove your worth, an insistence on starting at the top. Sometimes there's actually a contempt for money. Other times money is okay as long as you don't have to have the hassle of working for it. Occasionally there's a give me fixation, while at other times there's a take it fixation. Sometimes there's an overemphasis on sexual resources, and I've seen a few cases where total resources were invested in otherworldly pursuits, contacting the dead, attaining trance states, researching various paths leading towards spiritual evolution. Taurus Rahu has a hard time seeing the connection between development of his or her personal and material resources and being able to relate to others and to the material world in general. Depending on the overall chart, he or she takes a stance of total giving or total taking. Many Taurus Rahus concentrate on one resource exclusively to the detriment of the others, so that time, money, success, or time, money, or sex, etc., becomes the only means of barter available to them. When this resource is depleted, they no longer have anything to fall back on and must either work to develop other resources or become totally dependent on others. Taurus Rahu also seems to be quite common in people who have suffered material, educational, or emotional deprivations in childhood. The person with an overdeveloped Scorpio Ketu consciously or unconsciously exudes a strong sexuality, dislikes the outdoors, is in some way an extremist, sympathizes with the underdog, and envies the successful without much thought of who deserves what. Has little interest in other people's resources unless he or she can benefit from them. Dissipates a great deal of energy trying to alter circumstances beyond his or her control. Resents needing others, has an unstable financial situation, feels entitled to criticize others, and will give a great deal, but usually attach strings to his or her gifts. Really interesting. Rahu in Taurus wants money, or at least a reputation as a connoisseur. He wants the good things in life. He wants to be thought of as firm, patient, and lacking nothing. In contrast, the person is generally someone who has undergone drastic changes of values or circumstance, intense discomfort of some sort, or traumatic experiences. His or her routine is periodically stirred up and shifted as a result of emotional upheavals or disturbances that are seemingly beyond his or her control. He or she tends to be jealous of others who seem to have attained more in life, and may develop a rather pessimistic attitude in terms of realizing his or her dreams. He or she may compensate for lack of material security by trying to possess people, or may compensate for emotional losses by developing a reclusive streak. These tendencies only serve to trigger more problems. Antidotes include gardening, cooking courses. They should be encouraged to sing and listen to music. If manual dexterity is shown in the chart, the client should be encouraged to use it in making things. If there's no manual dexterity shown, the client should be encouraged to build up a collection of something: biographies, novels, gadgets, an area of interest. Flower arranging could prove to be a useful antidote. The client should be encouraged to avoid rushing and activities that create momentary excitement without contributing to future security. Rahu in Taurus often has untapped artistic potential. Music, sewing, and painting are excellent outlets for these. You may need to develop new personal values strong enough to become a life foundation. One difficulty is the Scorpio influence, as part of its transformative effect, will undermine any foundations incapable of resisting its pressure. If the foundation collapses under pressure, at least you know it was inadequate and that a stronger value structure is required. Because you cannot avoid this unconscious subversive activity, you need perseverance to determine your lifestyle and personal values. Eventually, though, you can successfully build a solid structure and benefit from the struggle to do so. The wall, it's sort of, he didn't quite finish it, did he? You often seek pleasure in relationships that have seeds of joy and pain from the beginning. Your choices are the key to which seeds will bear fruit, and they may often be unsuitable. If they remain unwise, try to understand why these relationship types attract you. It could simply be that you remain ignorant of your needs and lack insight into a partner's real nature. Invariably, destructive seeds can be present, and if they emerge through confusion, the scorpionic energy is reasserted. If you remain ignorant of this, more opportunities can emerge for the Scorpio energy to undermine your actions and directions as it seeks to drive you towards self-understanding. Learn how to respond to it as a wise friend helping you. Although a little rough at times, you'll be able to use its power constructively to achieve your new objectives. So therefore, like he goes through these moments of trying to create things, but it getting ripped under his, almost pulled out from under his feet, because the universe is sort of showing him that there's something more there. Periodic crises, turning decision points occur in your life. Impeachment, rash collusion, all these things. The pandemic, simulated by this brooding inner revolution. Conflict is inevitable, especially in close and intimate family relationships. You are not always moderate, sometimes mistrusting others, and this can also lead to friction. You tend to scheme and manipulate, a trait often unconsciously projected onto others, and you see or imagine others doing the same to you. Russia collusion, January the 6th, the election was rigged. You self-create many of your problems in communicating with others. perhaps unconsciously through words and actions. You manipulate or force them to react in ways that then confirm your prior perception. Once you observe this phenomenon, you can change as you see how you can negatively influence your relationships and communication. I don't think he's learned that lesson yet. Due to your intensity, powerful feelings of anger and frustration develop when things are not going your way. You may tend to release these frustrations explosively at those closest to you. You need to find channels to release this potent energy creatively and positively. These can be difficult energies to handle correctly, yet one of their main uses is to resolve inner conflicts and dilemmas. So that's interesting how he lashes out on Twitter at people from time to time. By learning to trust life and others more, and by distinguishing between needs and wants, you may discover that you are surrounded by all that you really need, although you have not recognized or appreciated this fact. You look for stability, but your choices and reactions will create either this or greater turmoil. Inner battles cease when conflict dissolves into the contentment of inner peace, and you actually can find this state. This depends on how you respond to inner struggle. If you seek self-understanding, the probability of finding a key to a positive future increases. The fixed earth sign Taurus follows Aries and therefore is connected with what Aries does. Creative work adds to one's resources and increases the available capital. Now in Taurus, the task is as administer to turn to account, to use one's resources. One must not use other people's resources. That is something Scorpio can do, but not Taurus, because Taurus is on the left hand or I side of the chart, and the Scorpio on the right hand or U side of the chart. In the I region of the zodiac, our own assets rather than those of others are in play. It can lead to difficulties. If Taurus tries to exploit the capital of others, this is a particular danger when the node receives hard aspects. So difficulties when they try to exploit capital of others. Therefore, it is important to turn our talents, abilities, and knowledge to account and to place them at the disposal of others while still making use of them ourselves. Naturally, care must be taken to provide our own resources in the first place. Also, with the node in Taurus, the task is to add to our assets and to replenish them if necessary. If we simply draw on them, as it is easy to do under hard aspects, eventually we shall have nothing left. Then we shall lie back unable to do anything further because our energy is more or less spent. The native with the node in Taurus must ensure this does not happen. The Taurian is a very clever negotiator and has an extremely economical outlook. He or she immediately discovers weak points and is always intent on removing any imbalance that might lead to overspending. Steps are taken straight away to restore stability. When the node is in Taurus, we should husband our resources so as to avoid wasting our vital energies. The placement can also be an indication that we should look after our health, seeing that health is an essential part of our personal assets. There you go. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. So you can see aspects of both of them there. We're now going to look at Rahu in the first house. No, actually, it's not in the first house. Is it? in the 10th house. Rahu in the 10th house. This doesn't necessarily apply to Hillary Clinton. You have to look at her birth chart to look at that. Sacred Astrology, great website. Rahu in the 10th house and Ketu in the 4th house. Okay, because the north and south node of the moon are always opposite each other, at polar opposites. The Rahu in the 10th house gives full and complete success generally. There will always be progress towards better things, as this person is truly gifted from the time of birth, and these gifts will develop. Since Rahu passes into the 9th house, since owing to its movement. It is a lucky position, and the native may undertake anything. He will succeed and attain to a high position with honors, fame, and riches. The Ketu in the 4th house is not good for domestic life, which is founded upon exaggerated selfishness. The couple think about themselves in preference to their family, thus the inharmonious home is likely to have a lot of troubles, thus indicating separation and disagreements. It also means pecuniary losses and inheritance wasted in order to gratify sometimes very unworthy desires. He has had divorce. I can't remember how many wives he's had, but this individual has had his inner powers developed. He has withdrawn and lived in a quiet, reserved manner. Now he must come out of it into the public and the limelight. This is talking about potentially in a previous lifetime, and give himself in some public way to the world. In a career, he will find his fulfillment. If he tries to cling to home, it will in some manner fall apart. Unconscious desire to retreat has to be overcome. He has to learn to be with people rather than to retreat from them. That's a friction there, because he's got that Cancer element as well, which has that too. A vocation that wanting to go into his house, into his shell, into his house, and hide away when things get rough. It's a bit of a friction within him. Where was I? Yeah, so he must give himself to the limelight. He has to learn to be with people rather than retreat from them. A vocation could be followed, sometimes to the point of sacrificing home and domestic life. This means working for or with the public in some way. Through very sustained effort and great exertion, success in public life will be attained, but requires personal sacrifice. The area of sacrifice can be ascertained by the aspects to this nodal position. When this node is balanced finally with the Ketu in the 4th, then the fulfillment of the great person status will be obtained, and not before. This position, when great masses of people, this position, when followed, will give urge to be a protector of great masses of people, to be a leader among them. Make America great again. Naturally, the influence of all these nodal positions in the houses is dependent upon the signs involved and the aspects and positions of other planets and asterisms. One should read simply Rahu in the 10th, but always must interpret the signs and aspects. If the aspects are trines and sextiles, the arrival at the Rahu will come more easily. But if the aspects are squares and oppositions, the arrival at the Rahu may take more time and trouble. So you've got the Leo and Taurus are at squares and oppositions there. Ketu in the 4th is the introvert, but he's also got trines as well with Venus. Yeah, so there's trines and oppositions and squares. He's also got opposition in Scorpio. Ketu with his moon in Scorpio. This position of Ketu gives a seeking after perfection, especially in domestic matters, and gives a great depth of soul. It can cause many changes of residence for the individual. There could be some great dissatisfaction in this area. The person wants to live a quiet, retired life in seclusion and peace. There exists a shyness about him, and he would like to retreat from the public. He probably will adopt a parental role by trying to hold people too closely. He is usually very talented at repairing things around home. All these criteria are equally applicable to females as well, despite the masculine gender being used here. This condition often signifies stronger success in the professional career area. However, some drawbacks are noticed in the home affairs. Here, the individual converts all the domestic energies into professional direction. Thus, satisfactions and fulfillments through the home are fairly low for him. Their individuality and strong ego are worth noticing. Often, difficulties during childhood bring about a distorted mother-father complex to this person. Possibly, these people are closer to their father than to their mother. However, there could be exceptions. However, some of the hostilities or lack of mother element are due to recent past life complications with her. Sensitivity and emotionalism is something they have to overcome, and they have to show an image of tough practicality in this life. Their first half of life may not be very enjoyable compared to the second half. Here, the individual finds that much of his time is needed for the demands of his family. Constantly, he feels held down as if he is being prevented from realizing his own individuality. The fact is that he comes into the current life with much karma owed to his family. In past incarnations, he ignored the hands that fed him. Now he is locked into the lesson of becoming those feeding hands himself. In the current life, he finds his mate and children just as highly unappreciative of all he tries to do for them. Still, he will do more if he is ever to grow past his karma. At times, the burdens become so heavy that he has to fight himself to keep from feeling an inner resentment. The females with these nodes could have problems with at least one child, which will demand most of her time, effort, energy, concern, or she is to learn on the very deepest of levels the responsibilities of parenthood. To enforce the karma still deeper, the spouse is either not present or so lacking in character that this individual must ultimately become mother and father at the same time. I think that's for females, so not really relevant here. Whether they're positive or negative, the emotions never leave the family. This individual constantly feels the need to break out and be free, yet his past life memories of self-enforced chains never quite permit him to do this. So this is the 5 aspect that he desires in numerology, desiring freedom. Nearly all of his energy is spent on untangling. It's also the rebellious nature of the 5. The 5 is quite a rebellious nature. They're also salesmen, actor types, performers, have a balance of masculine and feminine energies. Nearly, that's his heart's desire number. Nearly all of his energy is spent on untangling the web of relations that he sees around him. In some instances, he could experience great conflict with other family members over real estate. He must, not sure about that, he must learn not to let circumstances weigh down, but I think there has been some disputes in terms of real estate with other people, weigh him down with feelings of hopelessness, for the needs of his family are constantly compounding themselves to the point that from time to time they become considerably more than he bargained for. Often he is caught by surprise through the actions of those closest to him, for although he can develop strong outer worldliness, he still remains almost childishly naive when it comes to the emotions he feels about those close to him. Some with these nodes have to go out to work, becoming the sole source of family support. Others are put into the position of becoming the family supervisor. Always, this individual is caught between the conflict of the things he would like to do for himself and the things he knows he must do for his loved ones. Constantly faced with situations which tempt him to react childishly, he must learn how to mature. He must rise above family harmony and do all he can to achieve a role of self-dignity. When the needs of his loved ones are understood, only then can he have the freedom to experience a life of his own. As he makes the switch to his 10th house, Rahu, he is ultimately forced into the position of assuming the dominant role. He must learn how to keep his life focused in a direction above and beyond all the scattering needs of his close family members. His greatest happiness comes from being in a position to be able to offer shelter to others. In later years, he joyously reinvites others to lean on him. His mission to move away from emotional immaturity and in the direction of responsibility tells him that each person he moves along the path represents another payment for his own ticket towards soul evolution. The sign which contains the Ketu shows the way in which he allows immaturity on the part of others as well as himself to block his potentialities for achievement. The sign which contains the Rahu, that's Scorpio, so the Ketu is Scorpio, the Rahu is Taurus, indicates the ways in which he can develop maturity by pointing life in a meaningful direction. So the sign in which the Ketu, in which he shows immaturity, which means Scorpio in that's, in the shadow side, secretive, they can be suspicious, they can be jealous, they can blow their top, they can also be resentful and vindictive, and so that's what blocks his potential from achievement. And then the ways that he can develop maturity by pointing in his life is the Taurus, where he pointing his life at a meaningful direction through charity, I think through building, construction, through building an empire, if you like. Family demands are used as an excuse for not developing one's fullest potentials. Neglect of career, parenting, or domesticity take up most of his time. Others take him for granted. Untangle yourself from domestic and parental traps. Involve yourself in your community instead of staying home all the time. Develop a more positive outlook. Make contact with people outside your family milieu. Go out to work, even if it's only part-time or volunteer work. I don't know to what extent that existed as a paradigm in his life early on. Usually it's the Rahu the Ketu that's early on, and as he comes out of that, he moves towards the Rahu. In the 10th house, the hang-up is connected with respect or integrity, which may mask a basic dislike of people or social functions. This person subconsciously fears authority figures and is comfortable in society unless he or she can come out decked in all the trappings of success. And even then, there may be doubts as to the worth of that success. Reclusiveness or deep introversion may manifest as a means of coping with these fears. Often there's been an early struggle with authority figures or society in general. Difficulties with one or both parents are common. I don't know too much about his home life, actually. Usually the early upbringing involves a heavy dose of moralistic philosophy. Less frequently, one or both parents was maladjusted and the offspring has to live down their misdeeds or grows up feeling a need to make amends for his or her parents' failure to contribute to society. Rahu in the 10th house generally dreams of success in life. This involves overcoming limitations and rising above his or her station in life through gaining the support of authority figures or others who are in a position to help. This person tends to get trapped in a comfortable, mildly present rut due to emotional ties. A parent or other family member may be instrumental in keeping the dream from being fulfilled. This usually isn't because of outright opposition. Mostly this could be generally, it's because of subconscious fear or guilt on the part of the Rahu in the 10th. Childhood roots, personality functions, and family life will be very influential in shaping their life. As an adult, considerable time, attention, and energies may be expected from you to meet family demands and obligations. They may feel family duties are restrictive, inhibiting freedom and options, or may find that meeting the economic needs of family life becomes a heavy burden. Feelings of resentment may accumulate. If you believe your efforts are unappreciated, your role of service to the family is likely to be crucial, perhaps by being the only money earner and home keeper, having to perform all functions of household. Your identity is connected to family roots and childhood foundations. Well, he certainly had a big, helping hand in terms of family. I don't know to what extent his father was misaligned or kind of that his deeds were considered good or not so good, but it's interesting. Your identity is connected to family roots, childhood foundations, and may come from dominant parental attitudes whose influences have conditioned your adult values and still persist in guiding your life and directions. Such attitudes may include powerful cultural or religious beliefs firmly embedded in your personality. Certainly, there seems to be a bit of that, even though he seems to have quite a religious following and then quite conservative attitudes towards things like abortion and things like that. Even if you want to, you'll find difficulty in moving away from these deep-seated attitudes, either in your childhood or in later adult life. There is a possibility that your family unit may not be complete in the traditional sense. Perhaps you had to assume responsibilities in an earlier age or in your adult family. A partner may be unable to fulfill his or her parental role and may leave you with additional responsibility. Facing parenthood demands will also be a challenge, as you may have to perform both adult roles for the family. Yet emotionally, you are deeply tied to family links, even though you also react against their sometimes oppressive nature. Family tends to stabilize your life, defining both lifestyle and daily experience, absorbing most of your energy, but you cannot imagine life without a family presence and with all its accompanied demands, except as a lonely void. An area of conflict is between selfish and selfless desires, between your needs and those of family members. Generally, you shrug your shoulders. You do see him doing that. Take a deep breath and carry on with self-discipline. The lesson to learn through testing times is how to serve others, and this may require self-sacrifice to complete. You try to help others to grow and develop properly, but there is additional dimension toward which experience leads you, which concerns becoming a beneficial influence in the greater community or society through performing your challenging family duties. You have also learned to be more competent, dominant, decisive, and self-assured. Gosh, it's long, isn't it? Family trials have been the ground from which inner development has grown. If successful, you can emerge as a pillar of strength from which others can draw support. Consciously accepting this self-sacrificial role will deepen your capabilities, and your emotional maturity and responsible attitudes will also be increased. The prospect is for your influence to expand beyond family parameters into the community, perhaps through direct inspiration or even by the achievements of your children. It may not seem a glamorous path. It may appear quite mundane and arduous, yet in learning to transcend personal desires in favor of benefiting others, this becomes a key to transform your foundational attitudes to embrace the well-being of others, especially as your life develops, to reveal a meaningful direction in later years. With the Rahu in the 10th house, the more important thing is to develop our own individuality, and out of the possibilities that lie before us, choose those that promote self-knowledge. Self-knowledge is different from outward self-awareness. The latter would hinder rather than help our development as an individual. In rising to the challenge of Rahu in the 10th house, we must run our own life and cast off the leading strings of others. That's interesting, with all the people around him in the Republican Party, where he wasn't really a Republican or a Democrat necessarily. In previous interviews, he's talked about running as a Democrat, but he decided to run as a Republican. And it's interesting that the people around him weren't always the ones that were the people that he perhaps needed around him to fulfill the things that he wanted to fulfill, because he's got a whole lot of people who are bought around him in terms of like the corporate entities that are behind these parties and that have bought their way into them in a way, and through funding and that kind of thing. So in the 10th house, illusions of grandeur nearly always occur. I am the greatest. We are the greatest. We have done the greatest. Make America great again. We are the best. The greatest. I am the best president. The greatest. These cover the whole range: authority, eminence, success, and power. Prestige is a concept based on possessions, not on authority. Therefore, in the 10th house, either one has natural authority or one puts on a show of it, i.e. one who usurps authority. The latter is mere role-playing and ties in with the fact that Saturn, the master of forms, rules the 10th house, but such role-playing cannot replace authority. The 10th house is also the house of vocation, and we need to set our sights on a vocation rather than on a fame. In vocation, we undertake for the group some assignment that confronts us. I don't know that he necessarily wanted to be president. The mature person feels called upon to do something for the group. He or she becomes involved in it and achieves goals that serve the community. Within the node in the 12th house, it is necessary to forgo traditional and family goals. A family attitude towards status and profession has been impressed on us, but we must break free from it in order to find our guiding image and, so to speak, pack our bags and set out towards a destination of our own. It is especially hard for some people to realize the promise of the Rahu in the 10th house, and in order to make good themselves, they often enter into a partnership with some others who are rising in the world. There's corporate entities around them. However, this is a temporary role, a part they often play brilliantly without making real progress. If the partnership runs into trouble, the individual may be left to shift for themselves. Often they will have to abandon an easy life in order to achieve individuation. In this way, they learn to stand on their own 2 feet and gain authority. The Rahu in the 10th house demands self-determination, independent decision-making, and development of a resolute will. Self-discipline is also required because there is a natural 4th house inclination to merge with the group. Interesting. With the Rahu in the 10th house, it is important to pursue one's own individuation consistently without paying any attention to criticism. Certainly, he's a bull in the china shop. He's shaking the foundations of government. He's bringing about being a catalyst for change, and a lot of people don't really like that. Whether it's good change or bad change, that's a matter of opinion, I guess. The price of developing an independent personality is a certain degree of isolation and loneliness. Paying it to prevent, that's the element of the 1 as well, which he has in his numerology. Paying it prevents people from scrambling to success on the backs of others. If the Rahu's in the 10th house, the person's greatest growth and evolution and fulfillment comes through concentrated career activity. In previous lives, the person may have led existences that were extremely personal and emotionally acute. Now he must come to the public and direct his energies towards society. The person is born with deep organic ties to his mother. He is extraordinarily sensitive to his early family life and all the surrounding conditions and circumstances. However, he soon learns that his niche in the world derives from activities that capture the attention and notice of humankind at large. He becomes increasingly intimate with his father and other authoritarians with each passing year. More than any other astrological placement, the person with this nodal placement may feel a sense of purpose and destiny. He is very ambitious. God, there's all that talk from people reading the Bible about revelations referring to trumpets and Nostradamus and this kind of thing, as it being part of the apocalypse. Now, the apocalypse is like a reckoning, and funnily enough, the Mayan calendar is 2012. It's the end of the Mayan calendar. But that is the middle of the precession of the equinoxes, which, according to Cryon, which is a channel that I listen to, so there's a 36-year wobble between, and 2012 is the center of that. And this is where we're changing from Pisces into Aquarius, I believe, the age of Aquarius. Was the age of technology and wild hair, the dawning of the age of Aquarius. But it's also the new age, and it's in that 36-year wobble, which is where we're in now, towards the end of it, is where huge change happens on the planet. So Trump being part of Revelation, if that's true. He's likable in a china shop. He's a catalyst. He's there to shake up the system and bring, sort of shed light on a lot of things, even if he does it in a way that is not pleasing to a lot of people. But that's his role in a way, to be a catalyst. Where were we? There is leadership. He is very ambitious and likely to succeed in his professional life. He may find his calling early on and move toward the work like an arrow to its target. There is leadership ability and the possibility of fame, although the placement signifies new realms for the individual to master. The person is exceptionally courageous about pursuing his ultimate dreams and visions. Well, that is also evident in his Leo ascendant, and Leo something else, and Leo Mars, wasn't it? So yeah, he's brave, he's courageous, even if you might think that there are areas that you wouldn't like him to be brave in, for example. Homes, land, and property are not much favoured unless the person has decided that real estate is the domain in which to make his mark. Well, he has decided that. So, though he never forgets his connection to family ancestors in the past, this person actively forges a new path toward a much broader base of influence. The person should be aware of workaholic tendencies, or his personal life will suffer. He is like to marry a partner who is particularly devoted to him and to domesticity, a spouse who will not disturb his involvement in his mission. He must direct his attentions to large-scale organizing rather than those close friends and loved ones. Yeah, I think you will see that in Melania somewhat. The person should concern himself with fame, prestige, and status. He should seek to become an authority figure in his field. His sense of security comes from his work and reputation, not possessions or home life. He moves it away from a highly subjective, feeling-oriented existence to one of hard work and fulfillment of ideals. He sets high goals and allows nothing to stand in his way. The person is of extremely developed spirit, and as Rahu in 10th denotes the zenith of the chart, it means it's at the top of the circle. As we come into the 12th house, it goes kind of comes down, goes kind of like this. So it's at the zenith. The task of his life is to make the greatest use of his consciousness. He should not engage in contemplation, meditation, introspection, and seclusion for more than brief, intermittent periods of time. Well, that's very interesting. His duties are social, and his greatest happiness comes from being with people on a regular basis. His work must produce results that withstand the test of time. He should never lose himself in theories and abstractions. In dealing with the masses, the person must be careful not to get trapped into giving too much time and energy to specific individuals. He must always remember his larger purpose. Professions involving one-on-one contact are not desirable. They will not be fulfilling for any length of time. In Hindu astrology, the Rahu in the 10th house indicates a potent and thriving career. The person is especially capable of affecting and influencing masses. Career success grows stronger after the age of 41, when the Rahu is considered to mature. The Ketu in the 4th house means difficulties with homes, cars, and mother. It also indicates an innately spiritual nature and either spiritual bent of mind or religious pilgrimages and or touch throughout the lifetime. Interesting that he's got such a religious following in a way, but with all the others, he's a very controversial figure. Like, he's got all those elements that are in his chart, the affairs and the high sexual energy and the vindictiveness and jealousy and the insecurity and the self aggrandizement, but he's also got the courage and the he's on that talks about how his family's really, it's kind of almost like he can't do with them, can't do without them. It's almost like a mob mentality. It's kind of like, I don't know, the family, they'll keep it in the family kind of thing. The family is a part of his success, and you can see all his family around him in his achievement. So they're a real big part of his success. And yeah, he's definitely a family man. And yeah, so that's we're also just going to have a look at a couple of other things. I want to look at a couple of aspects which are important in his chart. And hopefully you see there how the numerology and the Vedic astrology, he's got the ones, which is the leadership aspect. It's also lonely and independent. He's got the fours, which is a businessman, or practical, earthy, building, construction. It's also musical. You notice he often plays songs at the beginning of his rallies. That's Taurus element as well, musical. You got the five, which is the rebel, the unpredictable nature, the desire for change, the salesman. You've got the three, which is the catalyst for, and the creative, thinking outside the box as well, is an element of both 3 and 5s really. So you know, very evident in his Vedic astrology and his numerology. So that's why I'm just trying to show here that how Vedic astrology is just really shows all the different aspects of a person. Like, you can't deny a lot of those things because they've all been spoken about at various times, either by Trump's friends or his enemies. So it's both the light and the shade there. And we've all got that. He's a human being. We're all human. Now, just because he's a big political figure doesn't mean that he's all light or all dark. But that's what certain factions would have you believe. So we've all got light and dark. It's quite brutal having your Vedic astrology birth chart done. It shows up things in yourself that sometimes you don't really want to look at. If you're brave enough to have it done, and I'm happy to do these for people. Obviously, I charge for it, and I'm happy to give comprehensive, things like I've done here, which take several hours, but also to do, just look very quickly at things and pick out the key points. But I like to look at things comprehensively because it shows you all the different contradictions that people have within the personality, the different sides to people, that we are multi-dimensional beings. So it's not just our sun sign, for example, and you've got your Mercury, you've got your Mars, you've got your Venus, you've got your Moon. All of these signs are make up part of your chart. The north and south nodes, very important. Rahu and Ketu. The ascendant, big part of your chart. So I hope you can see through this a more less biased picture of Donald Trump, perhaps. That it shows everything there, the good and the bad. I just want to have a look, though, at a couple of aspects of his chart. Aspects of the relationships that planets make to each other. So if it's a 90-degree aspect, then it's a square, which is a bit of a harsh aspect. It's like, if it's a trine, which is a 120-degree aspect, then that is a good aspect generally. And opposition is a conflicting aspect, but it can have both good and bad aspects. A conjunction is a kind of supporting aspect, so it adds more energy depending on what the planets are and how they relate to each other. Then you've got things like sextiles, which is a positive aspect, semi-sextiles and all quinquaxes, and I probably won't go into all of those. Just pick a few out that might be relevant. So first of all, looking at his sun sign, it creates a trine with his Jupiter. So his sun in Taurus, and his Jupiter is actually in the house of Taurus, so it's the house of possession. So that's but it's Jupiter's in Virgo. So again, that's creating assistance. Well, let me just check that, because it depends how close they are in sort of the angles. So for example, the sun is at 29 degrees and 49 minutes, and Jupiter, yeah, so it is, it's within 5 degrees. The sun and what else? Sorry, his Rahu, 27 degrees. And so his Rahu and his Jupiter are also in a positive alignment in his sun. So this is in the earth signs, which is money and practicality. And they're even positioned in earth houses as well. So it's no surprising that he's got a huge amount of wealth. The Pentacles in Tarot, for example. So let's just look at that Sun trine Jupiter. I'll just do this briefly. Sun trine Jupiter makes you lucky, generous, exuberant, larger than life. Yeah, well, Sun and Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet of expansion. It's the biggest planet in the zodiac. Sun is also your personality, so it makes you larger than life. You're a generally good person and should enjoy harmonious relationships with everyone, even though you are always satisfied with what you have, you'll probably be very comfortable and have more than you need. So yeah. You could be very wealthy if you want. You may think you're on a spiritual mission and would make an inspiring teacher or guru. On the other hand, you may tend toward excess and love to indulge. You can also be too generous for your own good. Seen that reference elsewhere in the chart, but you can generally get away with taking risks, showing off and embarrassing yourself. People like you and will often offer you help and always be forgiving. So that's why people can look past his foibles and his wrongdoings, because he has this aspect. Is the most favorable aspect, and it can make your life so easy that you become passive and don't learn how to struggle and fight for things. Without challenging other aspects in your chart, you become lazy and feel helpless in times of hardship. Well, there's definitely challenging aspects in his chart. This lucky influence does not always prevent hardship and disappointment, but it helps you overcome setbacks. So there we go. Sun trine Jupiter, Rahu trine Jupiter. So that's just a little bit about Sun trine Jupiter, Rahu trine Jupiter. Oops. Bear with me here. Rahu trine Jupiter. Well, I think they'd look at that that also suggests that later in life, these things are going to come to the fore. So they look at Ketu rather. But 6 planets in trine with Rahu. Not sure exactly what it's saying. Actually, it would be Jupiter trine Rahu that I'm trying to look up with. Jupiter trine Rahu. Jupiter trine the North Node. So this aspect holds a lot of significance. People with this placement are eternal optimists who can be extravagant at times. Generosity results in major karmic rewards, and their good deeds never go unnoticed. There are things that have been popped up on the internet where, he's giving out milkshakes or giving money to people, and yeah, that's what a lot of people see in him. I think popularity and success comes easy to these natives. They always find themselves in the right place at the right time. It is important for these types to appreciate what they've accomplished and what's been given to them. Otherwise, opportunities will start to slip through their fingers. Moderation is a key learning point for those with this aspect. They need to focus on their talents and put them to work, otherwise they won't reach their full potential. Unfortunately, with the whole Russia collusion thing that happened and all the distractions of trying to fight off impeachment and all the accusations that were made with him against him, we probably haven't seen the best of Trump because he's been distracted having to deal with all those other things. And that also has created his bitterness and his negativity and his vindictiveness and his vengefulness. If people left him alone a bit, almost praised his good sides because he's very sensitive to criticism. You might see more of that, more of the good that he can do. You know, he's a human being. Okay. We've all got bad and good. Some hideously bad, but sometimes they say the further you go into the darkness, the further you come into the light. Can come into the light. The more it's like a tree that the roots go down underground. So you have, in some ways, if you've had dark times in your life, you have more compassion for other people as well. If you go deep into the ground, your tree is stronger and grows higher. So there's that aspect, deep and wide. Right, so we've got also the sun is, just looking at some other aspects here, the sun and Mars and the ascendant and Rahu. So that's a square. 59, 60, Mars is at 120. Yeah, so that's a square element. Ascendant 126. So the sun is not at a square to the ascendant so much. I think you only go for 5 degrees, or it might be 10 degrees. I think it's 10 degrees, so maybe a square of the ascendant as well. It's about 7 degrees out there. We'll have a look at that anyway. Sun and what was it? Is Rahu square the ascendant and Mars. Okay, Sun square Mars. So, Sun square Mars makes you passionate, courageous, strong-willed. It gives you an incredible amount of energy because Mars is the energy, the drive, combined with the sun. It is a fiery energy, and it's also in so the square, Mars is in Leo and in the house of Aries. It builds up in your body, and it can be very challenging to control. With an endless supply of energy, like a furnace, you are energetic, motivated, and achievement-oriented. But an excess of hot energy can also make you overexcited and jumpy. You may have been a hyperactive child and suffered through other childhood hardships like depression, loneliness, and alienation. You may experience quite a lot of trauma and pain in your life. Despite appearing strong, sexy, and brave, you can struggle with self-esteem, mental illness, addiction, and high anger management. The key to success with Sun square Mars is transforming the fiery energy into achievement, work, and creative self-expression. You need to be doing something all the time. I've heard that about him, that he's up very late at night. You can see him tweeting at 3 o'clock in the morning. Thankfully, you are highly motivated, hardworking, and skillful at getting things done. You can start many projects with incredible initiative, but your direct manner and patience and competitiveness can make you appear abrasive or aggressive. Together with a dislike of authority, this can lead to conflict, fierce rivalries, and enemies. Very telling. Irritation, frustration, and a hot temper must be channeled into hard work or creative projects instead of seeking revenge, turning setbacks into something productive with your fighting spirit. Fight, fight, fight. Getting assassinated, fight, fight, fight. Turning that setback into something productive, channeling the energy, channeling the hot temper into hard work. It could be physical, but your brain can also burn up energy. You would make an excellent champion for a worthy cause. Taming your fiery willpower and insatiable desires will allow you to advantage many of your talents and reach your potential. You have the strength, versatility, attractiveness, and leadership skills to compete and win. Great achievements are possible in business, government, sports, the military, and police, entertainment, and all of the creative fields. Entertainment, The Apprentice. Government, President of the United States. Businessman, Trump Tower. Creative fields, even. Sports, he goes to the wrestling a lot, doesn't he? Golf, he's top in his club. So, I mean, that's all there in his chart. Okay, Sun square the ascendant. Now, this is an interesting one. Sun square the ascendant. Sun square ascendant natal causes relationship difficulties when people try to hold you back or stand in your way to success. In one-to-one relationships, the main problem is that your needs are incompatible with theirs. Unfortunately, you may have to sacrifice a friendship or learn to cope with stressful conditions to reach your goals. You're fired, Mike Pence. You're fired, Steve Bannon. You may sacrifice your needs and ambitions early to keep a relationship going. Sean Spicer, you're fired. On the other hand, you may change yourself on all your goals to fit in and to have companionship. While this may keep other people happy, it will build dissatisfaction and resentment. You will realize that you must be true to yourself and not to live to others as others wish. If you keep trying to please others to maintain harmony, you will lose their respect and be used and abused. Your path is complex with many trials and errors in learning to relate to others. And being self-confident, setting ambitious goals will force you to strengthen your character and live your own life. With professional success will become great satisfaction and pride. You will learn the respect of your peers, and healthy, stable relationships will follow. This is interesting. It's almost like his inner and outer is at odds and ends. Like he wants to, the way he wants to appear to other people. He wants to be liked by other people and by everybody in a way. He wants to be the center of attention. He wants to be liked, though, and this sometimes is at conflict with his own internal desire to do certain things. So he has to sort of get over that insecurity of being just liked in a way, in order to do what he wants to do. It's almost like part of him wants to be liked and please people, but part of him also wants to get the job done. So it's kind of like and his idea of what job needs to be done might be at odds and ends to the, obviously he can't please everybody. Sometimes the people he's trying to please, even though he's a populist. Okay, we also had Rahu ascendant, Rahu square ascendant. Okay. I am capable of embracing perspectives of evolving my behavior and growing beyond the limitations of my ego. What's that all about? When examining the moon's nodes, we delve into depth of the subconscious, the realm governed by the moon. The south node signifies subconscious drives, that's key to, in the past often clung to out of habit, even when they may no longer serve your current life or future aspirations. Conversely, the north node embodies conscious motivations pertinent to the present and future, embodying a yearning for the growth and transformative shifts within oneself. The interplay between these nodes involves a journey of exploration and balance. In the realm of astrology, some perceive squares to the lunar nodes as indicators of skipped steps, lessons left incomplete in a previous existence, now demanding attention with a heavy karmic weight. These nodal squares manifest as recurring, often painful themes in your life, pushing you to confront and integrate these karmic lessons. This process is not about punitive trials, but rather about fostering deeper self-awareness and growth. As you navigate these challenges, reflect on how these patterns may be guiding you towards a more involved and integrated sense of self. With the North Node square, the ascendant, your external personality may frequently find itself at odds with societal norms and expectations. This discord can lead to feelings of being misunderstood or even ostracized, definitely. When engaging with the world, you might come across as difficult or resistant, creating barriers between yourself and others. The aspect symbolizes a disconnection between your soul's evolutionary growth and your outward identity, which can inhibit personal growth and unfolding of your true potential. Experiencing such misalignment can evoke a sense of alienation, as if you are perpetually at odds with those around you. Your ego, possibly fortified and inflexible, may struggle against the grain of collective norms, fostering resistance. However, this energetic clash does not seek to thwart you, rather it aims to encourage flexibility and adaptation. Cultivating an open-minded approach towards diverse perspectives and behaviors can be instrumental in harmonizing your inner and outer worlds. Consider how embracing alternative viewpoints might facilitate a more fluid interaction with others and nourish your personal evolution. The tension between your karmic path and your identity calls for a compassionate reevaluation of how you present yourself and relate to others. This journey challenges you to soften the rigidities of your ego and embrace a more expansive self-concept. In moments of conflict or misunderstanding, pause to reflect on how you might be holding into old patterns that no longer serve you. Ask yourself, how can I remain true to my inner path while being receptive to the wisdom and experiences of those around me? Through this process of self-reflection and openness, the seemingly obstructive forces in your life transform into allies of growth. They are not barriers, but signposts that guide you towards a more congruent and awakened state of being. Embrace the discomfort as a catalyst for deeper understanding and integration, and allow these experiences to refine the symphony of your personality and karmic journey. So there we go. We can see that his ego is a problem and clashing with other people, and he's also got very fixed signs in his Taurus and Leo are fixed signs, so quite stubborn and quite sort of fixed in opinions. So it's hard for him to open up. The Gemini aspect is more fluid, and is Mercury there. So yeah, but that's all very interesting. He feels alienated against like it's him against the world a lot of the time, and there is that aspect to him, definitely. Let's have a look here. That was Rahu and the ascendant. And we also have Rahu and Mars at square. So Mars square Rahu. We'll go with this one. Mars represents ambition, energy, action, and desire. Mars square the North Node. With this rich tapestry of our psyches, the Moon's nodes serve as our guides pointing toward our evolutionary journey. The South Node, steeped in the subconscious, represents past inclinations that still beckon, often tied to outdated patterns. Contrastingly, the North Node invokes our conscious motivations, urging us towards growth and psychological renewal. When Mars squares the North Node, there's an invigorating yet challenging interplay at work, bringing unresolved past dynamics to the forefront for transformation. Well, it's like that's why all his shady past comes up when he's going running for office. Astrology, and that's Scorpio elements there as well. Sexual scandal coming up there. Astrologically speaking, squares to the lunar nodes are often considered skip steps from previous lifetimes. Yes, can be present as recurring, sometimes distressing themes. We've said that with the Mars. The Mars ruled attributes you carry over are brimming with potential but require careful channeling. Left unchecked, this energy can manifest inwardly as anxiety, obsession, or an internalized struggle. Directing Mars dynamism purposefully is essential. Reflect on where you direct your energies. Is it towards growth or positive change, or are you fighting unseen battles within? The cosmic interaction necessitates a tempered use of your innate force. Aggression needs to be expressed with finesse, not fury. Consider this: where in your life can you introduce mindfulness and intentionality in your actions? Learning to moderate your assertiveness will help avoid adverse circumstances that force this lesson upon you through external controls, often in ways that aren't desirable. Watch for tendencies to act on impulse, especially in moments of anger or frustration. The desire to assert oneself can lead to physical and emotional burnout if not managed well. Instead of seeing opposition as an attack on your values, view it as a mirror reflecting different perspectives. Good advice for Trump, actually. How can you maintain your vitality while ensuring your actions are considerate of others' feelings and values? The inclination to stand alone, to decide unilaterally, often creates friction in group settings. This can lead to feelings of alienation or being misunderstood. What if instead you saw disagreements as opportunities for deeper understanding or connection? By cultivating greater empathy and receptiveness, you transform defensiveness into nuanced self-expression, aiding your soul's evolution and fostering communal harmony. Embrace the art of compromise and the beauty of shared values. Not everyone is an adversary. Learning this is part of your journey. How can you use your instinctual Mars energy to build bridges rather than walls? Redirect your defensiveness into passionate advocacy for collective goals. In doing so, you not only fulfill your soul's purpose, but also enrich the shared human experience. So we can see that Trump has a lot of capability for change and for fulfilling shared collective goals and creating great things and big things. But he's also got a lot of conflicting elements in his chart where, he's always feeling like he's under attack, or rather than sort of allowing that to be a difference of opinion. And he sort of exacerbates that sometimes to some degree. So there's quite good advice for through astrology for combating or kind of using these aspects to the best, in the most productive way. So sometimes you can see that almost Marsian energy boiling up in him. It's like he's got that redness to it, that ruddy complexion, that redness to his skin and his hair. It's like his blood is constantly boiling. It's that Mars in the first house element, with Leo there as well. It's like fire, fire, fire. It's almost like he's on fire. He has to keep using that energy, else it goes into bad places. He has to use it for good. So it's like he has to use it for productivity and good, else it can go into that negativeness, those Scorpio emotions of vindictiveness that he has in the moon sign, and revenge, and those dark elements, suspicion, paranoia, jealousy. Let's have a look at some of those, because we've got Scorpio. So yeah, we looked at the Sun and Venus, which has been good. I won't look at the sextiles so much, perhaps Mercury and Mars, Mercury and the ascendant, but we have got the Moon and Ketu opposite the Sun and Rahu. Well, Rahu and Ketu are always at opposites, but the Moon, let's have a look. Yes, Moon in conjunction with Ketu, 237 degrees. Rahu at 57. The Moon, yeah. So that is an opposition, and the Sun in Taurus. Yes. So this is very interesting. So the Sun and Moon at opposites. Yeah, Sun and Moon at opposites to Rahu and Ketu. Yeah, sorry. There's an easier way of doing that, I just realized. Okay, so sorry, the Sun at opposition Moon. Opposition Moon. This is very interesting. Okay, we'll go with this one. Sun opposite Moon is the natal most important, is the second most important aspect in astrology behind Sun conjunct Moon. The reason is that Sun and Moon are equal most important bodies in the heavens. The opposition comes just behind the conjunction and strength. Life on Earth depends on the relationship between the Sun and the Moon, as seen and felt from the Earth. When Theia collided with Earth, it tilted our planet to allow the season. Not sure what that is about, but the formation of the Moon from the debris of the giant impact was and remains essential to keeping our planet from hurtling into space. The earliest records in stone point to the obsession with understanding this cosmic relationship, with the prediction of full and new moons and lunar and solar eclipses becoming an exact science. Sun opposite Moon in the natal chart creates a competitive, sometimes confrontational nature, yes, Major themes in life are polarities, extremes, and understanding. Through pitting oneself against the other, greater self-understanding is attained. This process involves much stress and tension, a constant battle against the adversary. As if looking in a mirror, the understanding of the subconscious self comes through conscious questioning of the other. You investigate your inner nature and behavior through the reactions they provoke in other people and events around you. This gives you a different perspective, evolving your sometimes blinkered nature over time. Gaining knowledge of the facts or conscious reality is the path to trusting your subconscious, your intuition and instincts. When young, you may be more of a scientist and skeptic, but with age, you learn to balance the conscious and the facts of the sun with the subconscious and the mysteries of the moon, especially if you've had an assassination attempt on you. Compromise and negotiation will be mastered. Interesting. So competitiveness, pitting himself against the other, coming up against opposing forces. That's how he learns. It's very interesting. The polarity. He's such a polarizing figure, isn't he? Then we've got also Rahu. Moon opposition Rahu. Okay. That would be this one. This is from Astro Matrix. We're getting a few of these aspects from Moon opposite the North Node. The nodes of the Moon are inherently linked to the subconscious, the realm of the Moon. The South Node reflects subconscious tendencies rooted in past experiences, often fostering a clinging to behaviors and patterns that may longer serve your evolving self. In contrast, the North Node embodies conscious motivations pertinent to your present and future, marked by a yearning or personal psychological growth and transformation. This dynamic tugs at your inner world, urging you to balance deep-seated inclinations with aspirations for progress. Of course, with the Moon opposite Rahu, it means it's conjunct Ketu. The Moon governs emotions and the psyche, which makes nodal oppositions rich with emotional currents and vivid imagination. Such alignments can awaken exceptional psychic sensitivities, enhancing your ability to foresee trends, or conversely distorting perceptions into suspicion and paranoia. This dichotomy presents a challenge, a need to navigate these sensitivities with mindfulness and grounding practices to avoid falling into fear-laden thought patterns. Interesting. When the North Node opposes the Moon, conflicts may arise in your relationships, particularly those with women, including potentially a complex and intense connection with your mother. These emotional upheavals may stem from difficulties in expressing your sensitive nature, leading others to misinterpret you as aloof or distant. It's essential to cultivating self-compassion, ensuring you acknowledge and embrace your emotional depth, thus enabling more authentic connections with others. With the Moon in Scorpio and its South Node in and Taurus, yeah. So the feeling of support from others moon in Scorpio, and north node, sorry, in Taurus, but south node in Scorpio as well. The feeling of support from others may be elusive. It means he's actually quite sensitive emotionally, but he isn't able always to show that. But you can actually see that in him, and that's part of his something that he doesn't easily come to terms with, because he's probably very, very emotional. The feeling of support from others may be elusive, often leading to a sense of solitude. You might grapple with a unique mental landscape where thought processes can differ significantly from those around you. This uniqueness, if not understood and embraced, can edge toward anxiety or paranoia. Engaging in mindfulness practices and seeking therapeutic support can help stabilize your emotional and mental states, making it easier to navigate these internal challenges. Past life memories tied to public interaction may inhibit your self-expression and hinder your growth. The task at hand involves fortifying and balancing your emotional life and stabilizing your mind. Be cautious of an excessive fascination with esoteric practices that may veer into unhealthy territory. Should the pull of the South Node become too strong, it may dull the moon's sensitivity, potentially fostering a more detached or hurtful demeanor. Strive for self-awareness and ethical grounding in any spiritual pursuits. The sense of alienation stemming from perceived lack of support can lead to a defensive retreat, creating a cycle of loneliness and negativity. It is crucial to consciously break this cycle by softening your defenses and allowing for vulnerability. Reflect on how you can be less reactive and more adaptable in adverse situations. Understand that not everyone seeks to exploit your openness. What steps can you take today to foster a greater sense of connection and trust in your interaction with others, recognizing that everyone carries their own wounds and intentions can help you rebuild your faith in relationships? So there we go. Developing a bit of compassion for others would be good for Trump. Finally, we're going to have a look, I'm almost done, at, let's have a look, done those. I mean, I've also got Venus and Saturn trine the moon. Venus and Saturn. Yep. Trine the moon and Ketu. Is it square or trine? It's trine, isn't it? Venus and Saturn. Yeah, trine the moon. Yeah. Hang on. Moon 240 degrees. Venus 92 degrees. That's 150. Might be wrong there. Oops. Hang on. Let's just have another look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that's a trine. Venus and Saturn. Venus trine the moon. Moon 238. Venus 92. It's not really that close, so I might not worry about Ketu, which is 237. 27. A little bit out, but yeah, Venus trine. Okay, anyway, so there's another trine there. What I will look at is Sun opposite Ketu. Sun opposite Ketu. Sun conjunction, which is Sun conjunction Rahu. Okay, let's have a look at this. This is from Indo-Astro. The conjunction of Sun Rahu gives the desire to achieve high position goals, worldly accomplishments. The Sun represents your father, authority, aggression, and soul, whereas Rahu signifies his material happiness and prosperity, and they're both in Taurus, along with illusions over the concerned situations. Both the planets, when conjunct, have the habit of devouring each other's significations, but are never satisfied. Sun is the planet that represents your father, authority, aggression, and soul, royal presence, and power that displays the confidence and the actions in any given situation. Yes. The conjunction of Sun and Rahu can have their positive impacts and negative on your life. Sun, Rahu are natural enemies, and they have opposite and contradictory nature. Sun represents power with honesty, whereas Rahu represents power with deception. They tend to create a double-faced personality that depicts the possession of power through ability, honesty, and hard work, but Rahu will pave its way to power through deception and veiling the truth of any event. Sun represents the father figure or okay, I'm just going to go down here to a positive Sun-Rahu conjunction. A positive Sun-Rahu conjunction is visible when the Sun is exalted in Aries or in its own sign, Leo. That's not true because the Sun's in Taurus. Sun has the better ability to handle the tantrums of Rahu. You'll be able to maintain your decorum of behavior with loved ones, especially with their father, for better relationship. Sun will curb the dishonesty of Rahu's nature with hard work and honesty. The strong placement of Sun-Rahu conjunction will be favorable for political life, increase in business and income, increase in happiness and reputation, job promotion, and there is prosperity in life, but with vigilance over every matter. Negative Sun-Rahu conjunction will affect the luck quotient of the person, where Rahu will try to gain materialistic happiness by deception that will not be desirable for the prosperity of events in anyone's life. The conjunction of Sun and Rahu will have the veil of mystery in all relationships and will destroy mutual understanding and emotional connection with each other. The affected relationship through this conjunction will be with father. There was a lack of vitality and physical fatigue without any reason, but mostly due to stress and fear. Well, that doesn't seem. Just going to have another look. Sun Rahu conjunction. Well, that's a very long. see where it's. Yeah, the effects of Sun conjunction and Rahu. Sun and Rahu, two opposite planets from each other. The Sun is bright, giving and a warm planet, whereas Rahu taking and the cold planet. Rahu is elemental. So Sun is sattvic. If the Sun is a religion, Rahu is sin. That's the polarity of Trump. Sun is rules and discipline, and Rahu is taboo breaker. The polarity again of Trump. He's anti-abortion. Yeah, these, against. Like he's a breaker of taboos. Rahu is a demon, while Sun is a god. Interesting. That describes Trump. That's why he's so viewed so differently by people. Some are seeing the demonic aspects, and some are seeing the godlike aspects of him. And he's like he's got both faces at the same time. It's almost like he's the devil and God at the same time. The Joker almost. He's like the Joker. However, both these planets have also been considered as factors of philosophical and political. When they form a conjunction, they bestow many different results. When these opposite powers come in front of each other, an eclipse Sun is formed. The combination of Sun and Rahu has many positive and negative effects on the life of a native. Therefore, it is very important for everyone to know the types of effects. So it's possible that Sun was born under some eclipse, I believe. The Sun-Rahu combination can destroy the fate of the person. It gives birth to many kinds of problems and difficulties in their life. The person has to face a lot of struggles and undesirable troubles. Also, they are surrounded by despair and disappointment due to extreme troubles. Conjunction of Sun and Rahu blemish all relationships. In every person's life, their acquaintances and relatives are very important. That is why it is necessary to maintain good relationship with them. However, when Sun and Rahu combine together, then the relationship between the natives and all their acquaintances gets messy. They never fully get the support of their friends or family. It's almost like when he applied to be president, or when he started running for president, a lot of people who were his former friends suddenly turned against him. Affects father's health and fortune. Great impact on the father of the native. Sun signifies the father and the father figure in the horoscope. When it comes with Rahu, it also greatly affects the fortune of the father. Father also starts getting severe diseases, and the diseases do not cure even after treatment. Not sure about what happened to Donald Trump's father. Conjunction of Sun and Rahu causes a lack of energy. There's always a lack of energy because the Sun is energy and Rahu reduces that energy, eclipsing it. Due to this, there is a lack of energy in the life of the native. Interesting that it says that. It looks like, though, he has a lot of energy in other aspects of his chart, like Leo in the first house. Sorry, Leo is ascendant in Leo in the first house. So he appears to come across as though he has a lot of energy. And in the house of Aries, which is, so I think that's sort of, that aspect is probably diminished by aspects in the other houses. According to astrology, through chanting mantra, meditation, the inauspicious effects present in the horoscope slowly fade. So the natives can do, that's sort of talking about ways to remedy this problem by through worship and donating earthen lamp. This is where it gets a bit funny. Donating money and clothes is beneficial for their promotion in the job. It attracts job opportunities for those who wish, and also they can get promotions and jobs. So that's interesting. Philanthropy. I wonder if Bill Gates has also got that combination. Well, it's been a long road. The full details of Trump's Vedic Astrology and Numerology, how they combine to give us a very contradictory figure, how we everyone has their own version of him. To me, he is what he is. We all have dark and light. He's a human being like anyone else. He has a blueprint like anybody else. It's a circle that we're part of. But of course, being in the limelight as a president, you can see that polarity that he comes in with, how he's a very polarizing figure. People either love him or hate him, or even want to kill him. So yeah, but Vedic astrology sort of shows that we are all light and dark, and we are all multidimensional. And for those who only see the light in Trump, they're, perhaps that shows you some of the dark. And for those who see the dark, only the dark in Trump, perhaps it shows you some of the light, and it helps to give a more detached and maybe balanced perspective of the journey of that man's soul, if you like. Yeah. Here we go. Thank you for joining me. If you are interested in getting, please subscribe to my channel for a start. And if you're interested in getting a Vedic astrology horoscope done, I can do them like I've done this for you, that shows all the depths and darkness and light in your personality. It shows you also where your strengths are in terms of career, in terms of relationships and emotions. Everything that I've done here about Donald Trump, you can learn about yourself. I really recommend it. For me, I found when I had my Vedic astrology done, it told me that I am who I think I am. Or who I know myself to be. It kind of confirmed me that I am who I believe myself to be. And sometimes particularly when your ascendant is in conflict with your sun sign, people will see different things in you where, you might feel you're something, but other people see you as something different. So yeah, but also that, for example, for me, going into the work that I do, all of this kind of stuff that I do in my career, the other things that I do, acting, music, and poetry, are all referenced in my chart, and so is the interest in esoteric things like astrology. I actually have my Sun in the 12th house, and my Venus in the 12th house. So Trump has his Sun in the 10th house, but Venus his Venus is also in the 12th house. So yeah, interesting insights. Thank you for listening, for those who did. I might put chapters below so that people can, if you want to follow me, please subscribe. I've also got Jivana Quantum Healing and Consultation, Holistic Consultation on Facebook. I may do some more of these if they get enough interest. It was quite interesting doing this. I did try doing one on Robert Kennedy Jr. That is up there. I've recently found out that maybe the birth date isn't quite right, so it might change the things, because at that time I couldn't find a birth date for him. But it seems there is one given as 5:32 p.m., but which would change the positions of the planets. Unfortunately, that one, the sound was very bad, because I think I didn't have my microphone plugged in. So hopefully the sound on this one is good. And thank you for listening, and catch you all later.